We had a quorum from earlier on.
I would like to follow you. Actually, I know you have stood up. What are you speaking on?
It's a matter related. The matter related to
please, I'd like to follow the member.
It's a matter related to the sitting of the House, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just craving your indulgence to listen to the point I'm making. It relates to, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the matter of the start of the House on time. And the members on either side, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just speaking from this side, I'm speaking on behalf of all members who are here, in terms of getting to start here on time.
Member, please allow the member to make his presentation.
It is not always the fault of the House leader, but I am imploring the members of the House to come on time so we have a quorum to start the meeting. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the matter of the agenda of the House also needs to be addressed, and sometimes the House leaders seem unable to be able to dictate the agenda prior to the meeting. I am just appealing to him and to his colleagues to ensure that this seemingly, for want of a better word, Mr. Speaker, chaka-chaka way of approaching the business of the House is not something that we would necessarily want to endure. And I'm just suggesting that for good order in future that we have a better indication of what is going to happen in the House so that the members who may have a problem in terms of their time here for as vis-a-vis against other reasons might be here to contribute to the deliberations, sir. That's all I'm saying.
Order, please. Members, the member has a right to express himself based on his observation. And if you object to his observation, then you can state yours. As far as I'm concerned, members were gathering here from a little after 1 o'clock today, and the agenda was completed somewhere around 2:30. I will say that maybe something else have to happen, but members were there. So we got in here at 2:40, 40 minutes later than was expected. We have done a little better than we used to, but not good enough. And so, members, I want to ask you to take note of what has been said and let us proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the leader of opposition business is today driven by the fact that statements are being made, but the content of those statements have not been, or the subject matter of those statements are not, were not revealed prior to the sitting of the House. On that score, I must remind the member, I'm sure he would have consulted and understood by this, that there is nowhere in the standing orders there a provision is made to indicate to the opposition spokesman or to the leader of opposition business the contents of any minister's statement. That is a courtesy, and as a result of that courtesy, it developed into a convention. But it doesn't mean that we must stick to it rigidly, because these are not ordinary times. We are going through a very challenging period, and we have to be accommodating. Well, it might be foolish to you, but it is certainly not a question of foolishness. The next thing, Mr. Speaker, is yes, the House is convening at an hour beyond where it should at 2 o'clock. But on many occasions, there are several members who make a concerted effort to be here on time. And it doesn't happen that we have the actual quorum on both sides. So if we make every effort to do that and to be here on time and to start on time, I think it will benefit the entire running of the Parliament. So I take the point, but I do not accept the notion that because one is not given the nature of a statement by the minister, that it constitutes a breach in any way, shape, or form.
I was going to rise on a point of order, but I allow the House Leader to finish first. What I said had no way and in no way indicate that that was my concern, Mr. Speaker. I'm only saying that in terms of how we get the thing and in terms of proper order, at least we should know with sufficient time. What statement by Minister was even considered in terms of my presentation just now?
Okay. Dr. Tufton, statement by Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as I believe indeed all of us as Jamaicans, are saddened by the passing of Ms. Jodian Ferran, who was transferred from the Andrews Memorial Hospital to the Spanish Town Hospital and then the University Hospital of the West Indies. On behalf of my colleagues within the ministry, within the government, and indeed my colleagues here in this Parliament, as well as the entire country, I wish to extend our sympathies to the family of young Jodian at this time. And as has been said in other places, we as a government extend our support in whatever way, shape, or form to bring closure to what is certainly a sad and indeed tragic situation. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been advised by the Police High Command that an official criminal investigation has been launched into this matter. Therefore, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be complying in full with the team from the Jamaica Constabulary Force and will be providing all documents related to this matter to advance the investigations and the proffering of charges as may be deemed necessary. Based on our administrative review, Mr. Speaker, to date, on the sequence of activities surrounding this case and the reports received, it is to be noted that our initial assessment is that both the Victoria Jubilee Hospital and the Spanish Town Hospital, based on those reports that have been given and an examination of those reports, that both institutions initial assessment is that both the Victoria Jubilee Hospital and the Spanish Town Hospital adhere to the established procedures as it relates to the transfer of patients from a private facility. These protocols are to ensure that safety of all parties and to provide for the best outcome for the patient and staff. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has put in place at hospitals across the island an increased capacity to manage suspected cases of COVID-19, and this has been the case for some time now. However, each hospital has a limit on how many patients it can accommodate, and when one hospital is full, there are established protocols in place that allows for transfers. Over 500 suspected and confirmed cases of COVID-19 have been managed in hospitals across the island since the first suspected case was admitted at the Sedans Bay Hospital in February 2020. There are presently, Mr. Speaker, some 114 cases in hospitals as at Sunday, April 26, 2020. These persons have been transferred between different hospitals based on the availability of spaces, severity of illness, and the resources available. The process is managed and coordinated at the Health Regions and Ministry of Health and Wellness National Emergency Operations Center, and has seen the cooperation between health regions and parishes. Mr. Speaker, it is my considered view that with the support of the private and public health sectors, as well as our regional and international partners, we have been and will continue to work to improve the resources in all our hospitals. As such, and as the need arises, we will again look at the protocols to determine areas where there can be improvements to the extent that those improvements can be made, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, the Ministry awaits the outcome of the criminal investigations and the recommendations of the Director of Public Prosecution on this matter to determine if charges are to be laid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, before we proceed on this statement, I would wish that you take a look at paragraph 2 of the Minister's statement. I advise the Speaker is addressed. Order, please. Can I have some order, please? The Speaker, in his presentation, has said that this matter has been referred to the High Command, the view of criminal proceedings. The Speaker would want to restrict the amount of debate, if any, on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, said debate. It's not, you don't debate a minister's statement, okay? The opposition spokesman on the issue makes a statement, a 5-minute statement. The minister makes a 12-minute, and then it's open to members to ask questions as relating to the statement. But we're having repeatedly where people ask questions that has nothing to do with the statement. What you need to do is to guide them that the question must be relevant as it relates to the minister's statement. But they can ask questions, not debate.
Let me finish my statement.
Mr. Speaker.
There is an official reply from the opposition by the opposition spokesperson to the statement by the minister. I am repeating, it is my opinion that we should not carry on a debate on this matter at this time. That means I will not permit a debate on this matter. So I'm going to take the opposition position according to statement by minister, and I'm going to ask other members to hold their questions while the official criminal investigation takes place, which may end up in arrest and trial of persons, and we should not debate that matter. That is my feeling, and I'm going to ask members to accept my position. Doctor?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarification.
Order, let me hear Mr. Tate.
Mr. Speaker, Is your ruling that whenever
Speak in the mic, I can hear you.
is your ruling that whenever a matter of public moment affecting aspects of government are said to be or are under police investigation, that questions, comments in this, the highest court of the land, will not be allowed by you? Is that your ruling?
Doctor, you may proceed as I have
No,
instructed.
Mr. Speaker, you must clarify it for me. You must clarify that for me, because I intend to ask
I
some
wish
questions.
to hear Mr. Tweed. Please.
You have to answer me.
Members, I am unable to hear the member when everybody is speaking. Are you questioning my statement, Mr.
I'm
Tweed?
seeking a clarification of it. That is the right of every member. And I asked you, if your ruling is to the effect that once a matter is said to be or is being investigated by the police, that precludes, by your ruling, questioning in this, the highest court of the land. Is it so or not so?
Mr. Tweed, according to the standing order,
Pardon, sir?
according to the standing order that I guide this House by,
Would you please quote me the standing order, sir?
I have stated that the
He's not the
minister
Pope.
had
He's
made
not
a
the Emperor.
statement to the
He's the
House.
Speaker of the House.
Order,
Stop it.
please. The minister.
He's speaking to me. You go back to sit.
Mr. Tweed, let us proceed, and then if you get up, we will tell you if you can proceed.
No, sir. You have made a statement which requires a clarification, and I am entitled to that clarification. I am sure that your statement was well researched, and I am querying it. Please answer now, with the greatest of respect. I can.
Mr. Tweed, the standing orders say that matters that may end up in criminal proceedings, matters that go before the court or before the court, we should not debate it in Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, are you cognizant of the fact that there is no timeline to that, if indeed it is so? Can you also understand that the entire process of the administration of justice does not require that? The sub judice rule does not in any way affect the questioning of this Parliament, questionings in this Parliament. Does not in any way, and in the circumstances, this is a far-reaching statement that you are making, which has tremendous effect upon the freedom of expression of the representatives of the people. It can in fact muzzle the reasonable inquiry into public policy issues of all this Parliament, and I urge you to reconsider it. It is not only applicable to this instance. What you have just said will be a precedent for the future, and it is a matter of tremendous importance. You must not rule that way unless there is careful consideration of the importance of doing it. There is no sensitive issue. There is no determination of guilt. There is no one who will be hurt. But the public will be severely, severely troubled if you continue on this. And no member should accept it. I accept it. Well, you are. Not surprised.
Mr. Tweed. Mr. Tweed. Member, you are correct. Legally, I have been so advised that it becomes sub judice when it gets before the court. What? What? 1 minute.
You ought to be seated while you're speaking, Mr.
1
Speaker.
minute, Mr.
Do not permit it. You ought to be seated. He tried to dictate to you and address you a while ago. But you ought to be seated while you're... I'm not fact. Two members can be on their feet. I'm on point of order. I'm on a point of order. You cannot be on your feet. And when you're speaking, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be standing.
Thank you.
You must sit down, listen to you in silence and in his seat.
I'm going to take the doctor's presentation, and then I will direct accordingly after based on what happens. Doctor, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. But before I proceed on my comments on the minister's statement, as leader of opposition business, I've been looking at the standing orders 16G6. A question shall not be asked reflecting on a decision of a court of law or being likely to prejudice a case which is under trial, including a case tried by a court-martial before confirmation. We have not reached anywhere there yet, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his statement. And I too, on behalf of the members on this side, as well as the entire House, as he has done, to express our condolences to the family of Jodian Ferron, who met an unfortunate series of circumstances leading to her death. Mr. Speaker, I listened and I read to the statement of the Minister, the Honourable Minister, and I find that somehow I am at a digression in terms of what the Minister and the Ministry and the government is seeking to do. First of all, even though the Minister indicated in statement that they will continue to look at the protocol, there is nowhere in the statement a suggestion that the Ministry is going to conduct their own investigation. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think calling for or having the police do a criminal investigation at this point in time is really not the appropriate or the right thing to do at this stage. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that it's not called for. I'm saying that, first of all, the Ministry, irrespective of whether the Jamaica Constabulary Force is going to do an investigation, ought to do an investigation and find out what happened in the system that at the end of the day would influence recommendations that would go to the various sectors within the ministry as how to deal with situations such as this. That's one. Two, Mr. Speaker, this criminal case of criminal negligence which is being launched by the Jamaica Constabulary Force is, yes, it's punitive primarily, but secondly, what it does, it runs the risk of having a case dragged out in the courts for years and years without coming to any form of determination. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, there are other avenues for that. The ministry could launch their own investigation. Secondly, there is also the Medical Council of Jamaica, which has the authority to look into matters such as this. And Mr. Speaker, our view is that, as we have said before, a commission of inquiry is something that would be the perfect and ideal position that should be taken by the government in looking into this. What we owe to the deceased, Mr. Speaker, is to see that nothing ever happens like this to any other person who comes to any of the health authorities for treatment in this country. And we feel very strongly about this particular position, Mr. Speaker, and we feel that this is the way that it ought to proceed. As you have indicated, and as the family has said, Mr. Speaker, through their attorney, it is not something that is to be political, and hence I don't think I'll contribute any more to it, except to say that we think that the direction in which it's going is the wrong way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mic here is not working.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Minister, in your statement, you said over 500 suspected and confirmed cases of COVID-19 have been managed in hospitals across the island since the first suspected case. I'm asking, Minister, are there cases in the Savlamar Hospital as we speak, COVID-19 cases? And if there are they from the parish of Westmoreland, or they are just being housed there because of the situation elsewhere.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The member who spoke first, I just want to say to the member, Mr. Speaker, that I don't want there to be any misunderstanding or any divide on either side as to the importance that we place on this matter, and just to ensure that the record appropriately reflects it. We are as saddened, upset, and alarmed at what has transpired as you have expressed yourself so to be. There are many issues at play, however. First of all, we did not instruct the police to do an investigation. So let me just clarify that up front. The police announced an investigation. Sorry? And as a consequence, those investigations clearly have to be done in an independent manner. And what we said, which was reflected in this statement, is that we would provide all the supporting documentation or information requested to make a speedy investigation concluded in the interest of all concerns. Secondly, I did say, as reflected in this statement, that we would review the protocols based on a discussion that we have had, based on the challenges which this particular case represents, and the reports that we have gotten back from the respective institutions, and an assessment of those reports suggesting that protocols were in fact followed as it relates to transferring a patient from a private institution to a public one. And by the way, that happens very frequently. It's not an unusual occurrence. Patients moving from one institution to the next. And there is our established protocol so to do. And thirdly, member, I kept the statement short, even though I fully appreciate the appetite of the populace for information around this issue, given the alarm it has created, out of respect for the family members who have said publicly that they would like the equal respect or respect to be given to the circumstances. So I did not come here with any intention to embellish or to give all the details out of that respect for the circumstances as those involved. And I certainly would urge us to do the same. As it relates to the question about COVID cases in Westmoreland, which is a little unrelated from the substance of the statement, I will look at it. I was in Westmoreland this past weekend at the hospital, and there were about 3 or 4 patients in isolation. I need to check to be sure that they were there waiting on test results or there was a confirmed case. I can't recall at this point, and I don't want to say something that is incorrect. So I'll check on that. But there are about 4 persons who were in isolation at that institution.
Just before. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to clarify issue of the police raid. No one instructed or reported to the police. The police saw the report of what was a tragedy, and there were much comments being made throughout the space in terms of social media elsewhere, and the High Command thought it was important to initiate the investigation to ensure that there was no criminal negligence involved, or to find out if there was. Bear in mind that the young lady is a member of the staff of the Passport and Immigration Agency, which works very closely with the police. She's well known. She is a young public servant working and lost her life in that very tragic situation, which we must never allow to happen again. The police therefore initiates their responsibility when there's a loss of life to so investigate. and they went and took their responsibility to execute their responsibility. It does not interfere with anything else. If there's an error, the family can certainly take civil action, but the police is making sure that a thorough investigation is done to eliminate or to see if there was any level of criminal responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I'm going to deal with this matter according to the standing order. I'm going to deal with it according to the standing order. And the standing order, I'm going to refer to you, page 13. And I want to refer to a statement by a minister, reply by the opposition, and question by all or any other members. I'm now going to debate the matter and then put a question. Question must be relevant to what the minister has just put on the table. From that, and you are going to be allowed one question. One question. It says here, at the discretion of the speaker. You can describe my discretion. And so I'm taking one question, not a presentation. I'm going to take a question from Mr. Threatt. According to the statement, Mr. Threatt is recognized by the speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Threatt.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully.
You have already asked a question.
No, yes, Mr. Speaker, but I'm seeking clarification on the response of the minister. And this place can't be so rigid that if the minister says something, he's seeking
go ahead. Ask your last question.
Minister, you did not say whether or not the 4 suspected cases were from the parish of Westmoreland or external, and that is what I'm concerned about.
If the member would just, I know the member wants the response, but I'm just saying to the member, I did indicate that I was not sure, and I would check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister undertake? Mr. Speaker, will the minister indicate, as I understood him to say, and also the Prime Minister in the press conference yesterday, that their inquiries, the inquiries of the ministry into this matter, would be made public? That's a question I'm asking. Any attempt to leave this issue purely to the eventuality, as the minister has said? Look, man, Acts chapter 8, you mustn't have uncircumcised hearts.
Mr. Threatt.
Mr. Speaker.
Look at, hold on.
Point of order.
Uncircumcised heart.
Point of order. A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The public have the right to know what's going on. No,
Mr.
the public
Speaker.
have the right to know what's going on. Why you want to
Let me
suppress
deal
it?
with it.
Darrell, you have no liberality. Nonsense.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The member is referring to a news conference yesterday, press conference. The standing order said the question must be relevant to the statement, Minister. So I can only ask a question that is embodied in the statement by the Minister. Whatever press conference that was held yesterday has nothing to do with Minister's statement, unless in quote from it here. That's the standing order, you know it too. I'm not wrong in what I say. I'm big guy, but
Order, please. Order.
Not in the circumcised anyhow.
Order, please. You have an answer to that question? Well, please answer the question without making a presentation.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really was hoping that in the interest of the grieving family that we would, I really was hoping, Mr. Speaker, that in the interest of the... Mr. Speaker, just to answer the member, I was going to make a comment before, but we certainly will endeavor to keep the public informed. We understand the importance of the situation, but again I say there has to be a balance between the public's interest and respect for the grieving family. And that's what I'm trying to strike. Thank you.
Mr. Samudo. Mr. Samudo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Okay, announcements. Bills brought. You have announcement. Announcements. Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions, papers, reports from committees. Mr. Simuda.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the House Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of the technological facilities, that any amendments require to enable the House to conduct its business virtually during the period of national emergency.
Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move the following motions. Be it resolved that in keeping with the Standing Order 68(1)(b), and notwithstanding Standing Order 68(3), this Honourable House appoint a Standing Orders Committee consisting of the following members. Honourable Pernell Charles Sr., Speaker of the Chamber, as Chairman of the Committee. The Honourable Everard Warmington, Honourable Clifford. Thank you. Mr. Leslie Campbell, MP, Mr. Herod Clark, Mr. Fitz Jackson, Mr. Peter Bunting, and Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Be it resolved that the report of the House Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of the technological facilities and any amendments required to enable the House to conduct its business virtually during the period of national emergency, which was laid on the table of the House on the 28th day of April 2020, be approved. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? As of it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Mr. Speaker, one moment. Could we have copies, please? We're being asked to approve a motion. I have no copy. I don't know what it's about. No, just now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it is intended to continue with the debate on the registration of titles, cadastral mapping, and tenure clarification, Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020. And that will be presented by Honourable Member from Minister of without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth, etc. And also, Mr. Speaker, debate to continue on the Registration of Titles Amendment Act 2020. And the Minister will also take those matters. We will debate the matter of the tourism pension scheme regulations. Last time you'll recall that the opposition member was not here but requested to make a contribution. He's here today and hopefully he'll stay long enough to make that contribution. And we will debate the establishment of the Standing Orders Committee, which was laid on the table, and debate on the report of the House Committee to examine the report on the technological facilities, that any amendments require to enable the House to conduct its business virtually during the period of national emergency. For what? That you recommit the item announcements.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: annual report on audited financial statements of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica for the years 2017 to 2018 and 2018 to 2019. Annual report of the National Rapporteur on trafficking in person for the period April 2018 to March 2020. Also, the report of the House Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of the technological facilities and any amendments required to enable the House to conduct its business virtually during periods of national emergency. And the reports are tabled electronically.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned. I have a concern here that a body like the Electoral Commission of Jamaica has not submitted a report since 2016. It is the report before us now, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019. Are we saying, I am alarmed that an important body as the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is delinquent in reporting to Parliament? It's now, you can't hear me still, it's now what, 4 years since this body has laid a report in this Parliament? It's unacceptable that the departments and agencies that are to report to this House and the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is answerable to this House, a committee chaired by you. And it took 4 years for this body to give us a report. And they allocated billions of dollars over this period of time to administer electoral matters in this country. It is unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will write to them and advise them that this House find it regrettable and unacceptable that for 4 years no report has been laid in this House from the Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Mr. Prince.
I'd like to agree with the member who just spoke and to point out to this House that this has been a matter of concern to the House of Representatives, certainly since my advent here in 1997. And on repeated occasions, it applies not only to bodies like the Electoral Commission. It has in fact got better because a number of statutory agencies and other bodies in receipt of government funds are chronically in arrears. I wish to propose two things. One, that in respect of the instant case, the Electoral Commission, that a reason for the delay be sought from them and brought before this Parliament as soon as possible. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the second recommendation is far-reaching. Those who have to report to Parliament, if they are not on time, they should be written to and given 6 months' grace. And if there is no reason, justifiable reason thereafter, cut the money. Once you stop the money, the reports will come.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the contribution by the Deputy House Leader is timely and one that you should make every effort to act on as quickly as possible. I support it. Mr. Speaker, in light of the fact that the opposition spokesman on tourism has reached out to us to facilitate his early contribution today because he has other commitments, I ask that we invite him at this stage to make his contribution on the Tourism Workers' Pension Scheme regulations.
Before you proceed, based on advice that I have before me and queries that have come from members, I think we should advise you, yes, reports should come to the Parliament. I have been advised that many of the reports are late because of the cost of printing. I am going to discuss this matter outside of the Parliament with the staff, and I will advise the members. Okay? Good. Mr. Bartlett.
Mr. Speaker, just before you do that, Mr. Speaker, the cost of printing could never be accepted as an impediment for the expenditure of what in most cases is millions and tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of public funds. Unacceptable. There used to be a substitute that when we were told that the printing was expensive and the paper was scarce, that we would have it in a disc. Not even that is available. No, Mr. Speaker, the member from the hinterland of Portland is correct. The truth is that this is setting a very bad precedent for the management of public resources, especially in a time where we need to save everything and spend everything efficiently in order to maximize our resources for the emergencies. And so, sir, in previous times, as a member from the southwest of St. Catherine knows, the argument was that they couldn't afford an auditor and that the Auditor General was preoccupied. None of that is acceptable. And what we are doing is conveying to the public a certain slackness about public resources. And they take it in an untoward fashion. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge us to be, and you particularly, sir, to follow your nature and be extremely strict in this regard. We want a list, sir. Could I ask this? That before the Ides of May, we have a list of all those bodies who are supposed to report who are late so that an inquiry can be done to ensure.
As I said earlier, Mr. Tweed, I will be having discussion with the relevant staff on the matter, and I will advise the House. Mr. Mr. McNeil?
Now what? Have they? Can you enjoy? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Pensions Act, the regulations. On our side, we are very happy to see that the regulations have been tabled in Parliament and are about to be passed. And I think that this is bringing to an end a process that started years ago and is now going to bring something that will truly make an economic and social difference to the workers in the sector. So we're very pleased, and I don't think that there's anything contentious in the act that has been, the regulations that have been brought. But there are a few things that I would like to ask as clarification in the regulations that we have. As I said, not contentious, but I think that in us trying to ensure that the best possible pension scheme fund is made for the workers in Jamaica, that we can look and see what it is that can be done to make it better. The first point I would make is that the scheme came into effect, I think, on the 31st of January 2020. And at that point in time, it was stated that registration would start within the next few weeks or the next month. The board and the fund managers would start operating. Subsequent to that, we have had now the tabling of the regulations, but we've also had the whole event of COVID in Jamaica. So the question is, how is that going to affect the registration of the tourism workers in this tourism pension scheme? Obviously, many of these hotels, the guest houses, the attractions, many have shut down, workers have been laid off, some have been terminated. Many of the HR departments are not functioning. So it's going to have an impact on the implementation of the fund. So it would be, what we need to get from the fund managers, from the board, is whether or not registration is going to start now, the terms, how they're going to do it. I think a new timetable has to be put in place with regard to that. A second point that arises is that there is a section which is covered in these regulations which speak to the augmented schemes. Augmented the augmented pensioners. Now, augmentation of retirement benefits. That speaks to those persons who would be in their late 50s or thereabout, up to 59, thereabout, who, because of the investment that was made in the scheme by the TF of $1 billion, it was to allow these workers to become vested if they serve for 5 years. But they would have to apply within 365 days. So the question is, given also with COVID, how are we going to address that? Because many of them may find it challenging and some may fall through the cracks. Is there something that we are looking at to be able to resolve that problem, and how would it be dealt with? The third point is one that I brought up in the debate of the pension scheme itself, the act, which is one that I'm still a little concerned about. And we've had discussions about it, and I think it's important that we keep having discussions. I know that the intention stated intention is that it's a contributory scheme, 3% at start by employees and 3% by employers, and after 2 years or after 3 years, it will go to 5%. One of the issues that I have with it has to do, and I made this point earlier, that in sections 18 and 19 of the act that we passed, we speak specifically to mandatory contributions, the turning over of these mandatory contributions by the employers of the employees' 3% or 5%, but it does not specifically speak to the employer's contribution. So in a sense, the act is somewhat silent on it being mandatory for the employer's contribution. And I think it's important. I know that in discussions with many of the hotels and attractions, the discussion is being had, but I think that we have to be forthright. We have to understand that it is a determination that we want to ensure that this is a contributory scheme where both employees and employers contribute, and that it is not a voluntary thing. And as such, I think it is better if it is actually in the Act. When we were passing the Act in time, given the time, and we wanted to get it through, but I think it's something that we have to continue to keep an eye on to ensure that this happens. I do see that in the schedule where you have the application form, you indicate that there is a section for employees and employers. But I think that we need to be careful that that the law, that we are backative of the law, and I think legal advice on that is important. The last point is that I also understand that, or a statement was made that the first tranche of 250 million had been turned over by TEF, Tourism Enhancement Fund, to the Tourism Pension Fund managers. I just want to clarify if that is so, if it has actually been turned over, and whether it has actually been applied and been put into the fund. I think it's important here that the issue that we look at is that in terms of this scheme, it is a scheme which has been brought by an Act of Parliament, which makes it somewhat unusual. It's managed by a board which is appointed by the minister and has a fund manager. But the reporting of it is not entirely clear. The question of whether or not the fund managers, we know they report to the board, but is it that the board we know is held accountable by the FSC? But in terms of oversight, I do believe that we need to have some clarity on it, because I believe that an annual report to the minister and to the parliament, well, we can clarify, but I do believe that the annual report indicating how the fund is proceeding, persons who have applied, how many persons are in the fund, and how the monies are being managed are important. As I said earlier, not a contentious issue. We welcome the regulations and we look forward to the implementation and to the positive effects that it will have for the tourism workers of Jamaica. With those words, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Minister Bartlett.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Western Westmoreland for
his very clear and lucid contribution to this very important historic and landmark social legislation for the workers of the tourism industry, not just for Jamaica, but worldwide. And I always, Mr. Speaker, I'm very forthright in making the point that Jamaica has led the world in this regard because we are the first tourism destination on planet Earth to have a comprehensive workers' pension scheme that covers every segment of the tourism experience in a particular place. And I think that is to the credit of both sides because we've worked hard on it and the vision was equally seen with great passion and executed appropriately. And I want to say that it is to Jamaica's credit that today we stand in this position. I want to respond very quickly to the points that the member made, the questions he asked, and the clarifications which he sought, and then permit me, Mr. Speaker, to make a few comments in general about the industry today and some thoughts in terms of recovery strategies, some of which the member who is the opposition spokesman and myself have had discussions on, and part of which he is a member of the team that is looking at the recovery strategies. The first issue that he raised related to the commencement of the registration, which was the 31st of January 2020. Now, Mr. Speaker, that date was actually provided to enable us to really activate the law, but that the regulations which gives efficacy to the law had to be passed in this House. And so the regulations required for us to have the fund managers, the Board of Trustees develop the regulations and then appoint the fund managers and the fund administration prior to the actual commencement of the start of the actual registration of the members. And that is the reason. Now, we have been overtaken in time, as you know, by the issues of the COVID-19. And we're very happy that we are at this point where, in fact, we have completed and satisfied all the requirements. We have appointed the board. The board has worked on the regulations, which are now before this House for passing today. The regulations called for the appointment of the fund managers. Yes, the fund managers were appointed. Sagicor won the bid after a very heated and competitive arrangement, and the fund administrators, Guardian Life, were also appointed thereafter. So what happens now, So Guardian Life is the fund administrators, and Sagicor are the fund managers. It is the fund administrator's responsibility to do the registration, as you know, based on the law and the regulations, and the fund manager's job to manage the fund and to do so prudently. And it is the responsibility, therefore, of the fund to ensure that the business of the fund is carried out in a prudent manner and in keeping with the rules and the regulations of the FSC. And it is the FSC that really has the overriding and overarching surveillance of the fund in the same way that it does for ordinary pensions today. So, Mr. Speaker, the second related to what would happen to members now that the industry is in some sort of a hiatus. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that as of today, we know 160,000 people were employed in the industry, 120,000 have been laid off, but 40,000 are still working. And they are working 2 days, 3 days a week, and they are paid, a stipend. In addition, they are self-employed who are still functioning. So there's a basis for registration to actually begin on the basis of those who are still in full employ at this time. And we really want that to happen so that the process actually begins. And later on, when I speak a little bit about the plans you and I have been talking through about the recovery, we would move towards ensuring that as an early time as possible, as our protocols allow, the sector will come back. But it is coming back with an assurance on the part of the workers that they have Social Security at last. And that's very important. Mr. Speaker, the question of the augmented pension earners. This is a very important development. And in fact, it's the only pension scheme, and this is one of the things that makes this scheme so unique. It's the only scheme that has, in fact, an augmented pension arrangement. So that a senior employee, or a self-employed person who is 59 and who would only have 5 years to go before they would be pensionable, and who, in all fairness, could not be vested in 5 years because there's nowhere that you could save enough to give you a pension of any reasonable nature after 5 years of contribution. The government of Jamaica put this $1 billion through the Tourism Enhancement Fund to enable a fund to be there so that those people who only have 5 years more to contribute can, at the end of their 5 years of contribution, make sure they get a pension equal to that of those who would have started paying 25 years or 30 years before. And I think that that's a unique feature of this particular act, Mr. Speaker, and again puts Jamaica in a very unique position in the world in terms of its commitment and contribution to the workers of the tourism industry. Finally, on the issue of the 1 year, the 365 days, actually it was 6 months. If you notice that the regulation seeks to amend the 6 months to allow it to be 365 days, a full year. And that took into account the fact that we were having this problem with COVID. So if indeed it goes beyond the year, God forbid, then we would have to make this appropriate amendment to allow for those to not be penalized as a result of circumstances which are beyond their control. The next point, Mr. Speaker, relates to Section 18 and 19, which spoke, of course, to the seeming blurriness in terms of, yes, the responsibility of the employer to ensure that he remits his contribution. Well, Mr. Speaker, the FSC has a very strong role in that regard. And I think it is covered in terms of their responsibility, and the fines are very strong, as the Act indicated, for non-compliance. The fact also, Mr. Speaker, that this is a fund for which there is a tax benefit to the employer is another support and buttress that we have to ensure that they do a turnover, because if they don't, they can't get the benefit. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the questions put by the member, is that the 250 million, happily, was turned over
Passenger, a little hand sanitizer for you. Strap in, please.
So you're doing the right thing, driver.
Minister, it's you? Welcome aboard, man.
Thank you very much, man. The public passenger transport sector is that body that can help stop the transmission. And we can do it in some simple steps. Disinfect your vehicle very often by spray or using wipes. Sanitize your hands or wash with soap and do it often. Advise your passengers to cover their mouth and nose if they are coughing or sneezing. Stay away from persons with flu-like symptoms. And if you are sick, stay at home. You know, driver, together we can conquer this. The public passenger industry can help to stop the spread of this virus if we just cooperate.
Yes, Minister, we just need all hands on board.
the safety
has played a huge and defining role in terms of the activities of many of the Middle Eastern destinations, and even in some of the cities in Europe and even here in the Americas. And still, it has not in any way equated what is happening here. Because, Mr. Speaker, of the 210 countries of the world that have tourism experiences, 200 of them have had COVID experiences. And it is the first time that aviation has been shut down almost to a halt across the length and breadth of the world. 99%. And it's for the first time that we have seen in Jamaica, and you imagine the pain that it occasioned me, and I'm sure my opposite number felt the same way, when we discovered by the statistics from JTB that 0 arrivals came from Norman Manley and 0 arrivals came from Sangsters International Airport. And the implications for that, Mr. Speaker, are dire, as we know. But I just wanted to point out that the nature of this economic disruption is not just about Jamaica, as it is about us in the Caribbean that is regarded as the most tourism-dependent destination on earth. Of the 20 top countries, small countries, with high tourism dependence, the Caribbean has 13, with the number 1 in the world being the U.S. Virgin Islands, right from our region. And, Mr. Speaker, it was of some concern to us that the UN, in its report, which was just published, showed that the Caribbean's chances of recovery after COVID is hugely dependent, if not totally dependent, on the recovery of tourism. But it made a point, because of their dependence, that of the 18 countries in the CARICOM, for example, or sorry, not CARICOM, the 18 of the 33 that are in the CTO, the Caribbean Tourism Organization. Of the 33, 18 of them have GDP dependence on tourism of 40% and more. So that last year, $62 billion of earnings in tourism came into the region. And the industry employed 2.4 million people. 2.4 million people. What is the fact today is that potentially we have over 2 million people in the Caribbean who are out of a job. And our own situation in Jamaica mirrors that. So therefore, the need for us to deal with this virus, to flatten the curve and to get back to business fast is paramount. And I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to commend our Minister of Health and the health team in Jamaica for the enormous job and the humongous job that they have done to put Jamaica at a point where, in comparison to other destinations, we are on a path, on a good path, because we are better than most of the destinations that I have to deal with on a daily basis. And the member across there knows that given my own position in global tourism today, I'm dealing with them every day. Every day. So I want to make the point that we have to cooperate and follow the protocols to ensure that we can flatten the curve, quickly get back to normalcy, and to open back our borders as fast as possible. Mr. Speaker, it is against that background that we have established, and Jamaica is the first destination in the Caribbean, arguably in the Americas, to have established a COVID recovery team for tourism. And I'm very proud that we have had a full participation of the entire stakeholdership. It's probably one of the largest committees that I've established, task force. But it is divided also, Mr. Speaker, in functional areas based on the various subsectors of the industry. And I'm proud to say Professor Gordon Shirley heads the subsector on cruise, and I head the overall committee along with my opposite number, Dr. McNeil, who has agreed to serve with us on the committee, and we're very pleased about that. And he and I will work very closely in piloting the broader picture in terms of the macro deliverables for the resumption of tourism in Jamaica. And of course, he's nominated a member on the working committee. And the working committee will be headed by the Pricewaterhouse and Coopers. And the functional leadership of it will be with Wilfred Bagaloo and Jessica Shannon, two very outstanding partners of PwC, who will then guide the working team to give us the details and the nitty-gritty that we want. But, Mr. Speaker, we are well on the way, because we are the first destination to actually work on a protocol for re-entry into our destination. And that protocol is almost finished. And I want to give credit to the team that has been working on it, a bright young team of Jamaican entrepreneurs from the tourism industry, who, along with the TPDCO, under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Spencer, have come forward with these preliminary and very important draft suggestions for the protocol. We've looked also at a marketing arrangement, and we also, Mr. Speaker, have looked at a whole new system of thought leadership in tourism. And I'm going to say more about that after tomorrow, when Jamaica will become the first country to literally define the new demographic that will emerge from COVID-19. And that is something that we will hear more about through the international media as we will be launching it off tomorrow. These are important beginnings, Mr. Speaker, for a country to establish in the marketplace that it is not only prepared to cry about losses, it's not just prepared to count numbers in terms of casualties, but it is prepared to think out of the box. As a matter of fact, throw away the box. There's no box now for us. We are going to define and redefine and reimagine the tourism industry so that Jamaica will be the first to step out and to say to the world, we are ready for you. Come to Jamaica. Everything will be all right. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the contributions that have been made overall. And now I move that the tourism regulations 2020 be affirmed.
The minister has asked that we now approve the motion. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister with responsibility for the registration of titles, cadastral mapping, is expected in here any minute now. In fact, here he comes. So, anyone else? You might want to find, Mr. Speaker, if there's anyone else willing to. I thought you had mentioned that there are other contributions. Yes, okay. All right.
Dr. Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, this is the most important. These two bills are two most important bills for Jamaica at this time. And I will rise, Mr. Speaker, in support of any attempt at reforming land and also making it easier for the people of Jamaica to have ownership. When we take into account, Mr. Speaker,
the number of persons, I believe 700,000, that would be classified as informal settlers, when you take into consideration that at the present time, when we contemplate our own response to the COVID-19 virus, it is some of the areas where we have housing that is disorganized, informal settlements that also creates its own problem that become high risk in a period such as this. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the drafters of this act as it relates to dealing with the amendments to existing acts. But I also want to say that as one who represents a constituency in St. Thomas, where in 1865, Paul Bogle and the struggle was about the injustice as it relates to land. And therefore, today, we in St. Thomas, we have a special interest in these two pieces of legislation because, Mr. Speaker, I think it is now common knowledge that government is the largest landowner in this country. And while government remains the largest landowner in the country, at the same time our people continue to struggle, and the urgency of now demands that we reform the process as it relates to land, because even from a governmental standpoint, the lost revenue in relation to property taxes is a major, major area that almost overnight the government could be making far more revenue if we were able to get this land matter right. Where we are, Mr. Speaker, having looked at the bills, there are some concerns. And it has to do, Mr. Speaker, with how the bill, having a director of adjudication services, having a director of land administration and management arrangement, these two persons are critical to the process in relation to what this bill will do. The fact is, there's awesome power, and although I am seeing where there is a committee, the question that I want to ask Mr. Speaker is whether there will be an overarching oversight committee that will deal with the situation as proposed. The awesome responsibility that I see there, I wondered, and I am asking another question, I hope the minister is listening carefully, as to whether the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Lands Agency, remains in this new configuration, remains what one could argue the land czar.
I'm asking that question. I'm also saying, Mr. Speaker, that while in the past, when we look back and Operation Pride, that have been lambasted and regarded as one of the big scandals of our time. Over 30,000 persons received title under Operation Pride. Over 30,000. And while you could argue it, but tell us where it better was done. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that there are persons who have not had an appreciation for what that project did in relation to sweat equity. Persons who came on board, they came on board getting letters of possession. They moved from letters of possession to sales agreement. And then they moved on to titling. Much of that they had to put in sweat equity, even as the Provident societies were able to come up with funding. And so, if you look across the country, Mr. Speaker, you will see in every parish, I can speak for St. Thomas, my own constituency, Dumfries, Donaldson, the number of persons who benefited. But much as they benefited, they also had a national ratification committee made up of persons in the public sector, community leaders, etc., who gave also some measure of oversight. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we contemplate these bills this afternoon, I look forward to the process of land reform that will allow for the landless, the most vulnerable, persons who are now on land eager to pay their money, to bring their labor to the table also, that these pieces of legislation will move us in that direction speedily. I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is a step in the right direction. And if we, as parliamentarians and members of parliament, are able to get the benefit of
Passenger, a little hand sanitizer for you. Strap in, please.
So you're doing the right thing, driver.
Minister, it's you? Welcome aboard, man.
Thank you very much, man. The public passenger transport sector is that body that can help stop the transmission. And we can do it in some simple steps. Disinfect your vehicle very often by spray or using wipes. Sanitize your hands or wash with soap and do it often. Advise your passengers to cover their mouth and nose if they are coughing or sneezing. Stay away from persons with flu-like symptoms. And if you are sick, stay at home. You know, driver, together we can conquer this. The public passenger industry can help to stop the spread of this virus if we just cooperate.
Yes, Minister, we just need all hands on board.
Him to have all that skills. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, those powers, awesome powers, somewhat, I'm not sure, Minister Vaz, whether they are at the end of this exercise, although you will be dealing with areas and not the complete country, whether it will be similar to that of the corporation soul that is embedded in the Housing Act, where the minister has that power of doing a lot of things, but in the process, bypassing the critical institutions and agencies as one with the responsibility for environment, for water, and for climate change. I believe that irrespective of where these legislation are heading, there needs to be some checks and balance and consultation. Because short of that, Minister, if you are not able to get that buy-in up front, what you're going to find yourself, you're going to find the government with a dead end, where the same agencies going to be blocking the process. And I know you know the maxim in relation to land has no value if you are not dealing with the contractual rights inherent in that land. And so our expectations in St. Thomas is that the parish of Paul Bogle will again rise and benefit from this land reform program. You have our support, but we'll be watching carefully that there is transparency, that there is openness, that there is equity in the process as we try to empower our people to become owners of lands, to educate their children, to do business, and to be successful Jamaicans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hilton. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we really can't overestimate the significance of the matter of land and land titling and its implication for the social and economic development of individuals and of the country as a whole. So much of our financial arrangements or institutions depends on this land titling system and how we go about securitizing or to provide security to funding for our investment projects, for individual programs, and more generally for individual livelihood. And so in this period, it is also critical, Mr. Speaker, to the whole entire housing situation. I want to join the speaker before me, my colleague, by referencing the fact that we are dealing with this subject matter at a time
in the midst of this COVID pandemic, where the whole issue of housing and the absence of adequate housing in areas that can and have and the risk of contributing to the spread is one of the things that are foremost on the minds of those of us who represent areas where you have these challenges. And so this issue is one that preoccupies and should really concern and interest all of us. I want to, at the outset, commend the ministry, the agencies that have put together this particular solution and approach to resolving what has been a long-standing issue and continues to challenge all of us. I can speak for myself. There are at least 3 communities in my constituency that are very interested in the outcome of this legislation because we believe that it will have an immediate impact on how they're able to address issues that have been of long-standing concern. And I want to reference these 3 communities. Community of Riverton, Riverton City, called Riverton Meadows, the community of Seaview Gardens, Phase 2 in particular, and the New Haven community. These are 3 communities, Minister, that have had large unresolved land settlement issues. And certainly in 2 of the 3 cases, governments have contributed to these situations in very significant ways. And therefore, it is incumbent on us as government to find a solution and to correct these problems. So that in the case of the Seaview Gardens Phase 2, the situation there was brought about by the fact that government in the 80s created a scheme, a housing scheme, that ignored the underlying land titling and land holding situation. These were planned schemes. They had to address the underlying land situation. The government went ahead, built the scheme without resolving the underlying land titling situation. And what you found afterwards was, having given occupancy to these houses, it has taken generations, and it has been generations, in trying to unravel the underlying land titling situation. Until today, that remains a bugbear. As Member of Parliament, that is one of the questions posed to me most often. What is the situation? How are we going to resolve the situation in Seaview Gardens Phase 2? Because generations of people are dying, and they still are not able to settle the titling, the land titling issue. Even after they've paid for these units, they still are unable to get land titling. The situation in Riverton, well, that one is well known. People from Bakawal were uprooted and literally thrown on the dump. They have been there for generations and have, in the process, moved away from the small part of the land that they were occupying them to occupy large swaths of the land, significant areas of the land in Riverton. And yet they are not able to get title to the land or to secure or to address the matter of tenure, land tenure, and their holdings on the land. I've looked at the legislation, and this legislation seems to offer a way out of those conundrums. The New Haven situation is a bit different. Here you have a number of persons coming onto the land over time. You have a mixed situation of private ownership of by agencies, government agencies. A number of it's mixed ownership. mixed ownership of the land. And therefore, some of these people having occupied the land in the case of private interests for well in excess of 12 years. In the case of government-owned lands, some of them are now approaching 60 years, which is the time frame for having adverse possession on Crown lands, are actually approaching that timeline. And yet, they can't, unless there is this kind of solution that I believe is being offered by this piece, at least two pieces of legislation, they will not be able to anytime soon address and overcome the challenges that they face. Yeah. Minister, in these three situations, I'm giving you a forewarning that I'll be one of the first to come knocking on your door. We need to have these areas declared a systemic adjudication area. We believe the declaration of these areas as systemic adjudication areas will prove beneficial to a number of persons occupying these areas. And as I've said before, Minister, the situation is not one where there is ownership of the land. There's mixed ownership of the land, and in many instances, these lands are owned by government agencies. And we now need to come together to see what is the best route for adjudicating on these lands to make sure that title at the end of the day can pass to these persons, many of whom have been, as I've said before, have been on the land for generations. Minister, we support the idea of separating the planning from the titling because, and it isn't that we don't want the development to take place of the infrastructure that needs to take place, but I believe the matter of land planning and land use can, and is, as in this case, is being separated and should be separated from land titling and the matter of who owns the land. And it is a matter that we have trumpeted in our party for quite some time. And indeed, the commission report that has been put together speaks to this particular issue. And therefore, we have only to embrace and to support the approach because we believe it offers a solution to a very pressing problem. The other matter that I want to commend, Minister, is the exemption from the many fees and that, of course, have deterred the land ownership and land titling for many, many years. There are many land titles sitting in vaults in various ministries that all it is waiting for is for the fees to be paid. And these fees have become a burden for a number of the persons. They simply can't, because some have died and left these things, and now they have to be administrated upon, which has just further complicated an already complicated situation. I believe that this process has the possibility of offering some relief to those persons. Certainly we are hoping that that is the case, because to go back and to administrate on these lands with all the attendant costs, it has proven that these have been some of the bugbear and the hurdles that have prevented the ownership of land and the broad-based ownership of land in these areas. So we support the transfer, the exemption and the transfer fees. But I'd want to say, Minister, that one of the problems still remains, which is the cadastral mapping. You still, even when it's declared a schematic area, you still have to do the surveys. And the cost of that has not been spoken to in any direct way in these legislations. So we've exempted some of the costs, but you still have perhaps the major one, which is the survey cost. Minister, and yet we have the possibility of addressing this issue because the cadastral mapping should not be reserved to particular areas. I believe it must be the objective of government, whichever administration forms the government, to have cadastral mapping right across the country. We need to know who owns the land and which land are owned by government. Government needs to know that. And therefore, that commitment to have island-wide cadastral mapping is critical. And the means is there to address some of that issue. The assurance fund that is attached to the registration of titles. Those funds have been collected for years and years. I've never heard of any situation in which there has been a payout of any sort against the fund. And therefore, Minister, I'm saying we should look to that fund. We should look to that fund to find the resources to administer on the whole matter of mapping across the country. And so, so if we are able to do that, then it will be a further boost to the efficacy of this legislation. This legislation can become, therefore, a very usable and user-friendly piece of legislation because it will address the whole matter of mapping, cadastral maps, and make the situation far easier to address. And I want to appeal to you, Minister, to look at that matter to see how we can address that underlying issue of cost and ease of regulation. On the matter of the structure and administrative structuring, I want to commend the group, your team. I think they have done a very good job in laying out a scheme that, at least on the face of it, is workable. How it works and how we implement, I believe, is going to be very critical. And here I want to appeal, Minister. So in the establishment of these committees, I believe you have to be very, very careful. I want to suggest that you not ignore the pre-existing community structures and make sure that there's consultation with those structures and that persons from these areas are also part of these discussions, because the local knowledge, I think, will be critical to the success of these adjudication committees. So I'm very keen to see how the implementation of this structure is done. Minister, I am, as I've said before, I'm one of those who are looking forward to the implementation of this legislation. I'll be one of the first, to come knocking, because we need to put in place these mechanisms to ensure that persons who have suffered really for many, many decades, for generations, without being able to have the peace of mind and indeed the ability to help themselves through wealth creation. I believe that this cannot come too soon, and we need to move as quickly as we can on it. I want to raise one matter. I see there is a strong appeal. There's a strong appeal mechanism. There's a strong appeal mechanism that you have put in place, and that appeal mechanism eventually gets you into the court, because my understanding of it is that the summonses have to be issued, that you can appeal from a ruling, but you have now to go back through the courts. And I wonder whether in trying to escape from the court-based system, that how that will work to ensure that the efficiency that we would have gained on the front end is not lost on the back end of this process. And I believe we have to ensure that the mechanism works, because I don't know that in going to the courts that there will be a special exemption or there any prioritization of that process. And once you go into the court with the system the way it is today, I think you could possibly lose some of that some of that which you have gained on the front end of it by the speed and cost effectiveness of the process. But I believe it is worth testing. I believe with good faith application and the kind of management that I think is possible, we could have a system that certainly gives us an opportunity and a chance to give our people what they've long been asking for, which is a cost-effective and a more efficient way of accessing title, which is, in the end, to empower them as a people. I look forward to working with you on it and look forward to be one of the first guinea pigs, if you will. And I may make one last point. I don't think we need to reserve this just for the Kingston and St. Andrew area. We need to look to see how, in fact, in truth and in fact, I see no reason why it couldn't be broadly declared island-wide rather than simply confining it to particular areas. Because the objective, of course, is for us to, part of that objective is to determine ownership in land. We can't have so much land tied up and not being utilized. So you may want to give consideration to that, Minister. All right? So I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to join in and just congratulate the government for this bill, this land reform bill. I think it's been a long time coming. I think quite a number of Jamaicans are pleased right now knowing that this reform is coming. I also want to commend the team, the drafters of the bill. You know, when I look at especially one specific community in Westboro right now in Temple Hall, they have been waiting for quite a number of years. I think when I spoke to some of them, they have been waiting at least since Operation Pride, where monies were paid over, and right now they are close to getting their title for their land. So I'm very happy to see this bill going through, and I'm all for it. When you look at, or when we talk about informal settlements in Jamaica, I think it's a travesty, because a lot of these people right now, one of the major things in my constituency is water issue, especially in the Lawrence Tavern area and some other places. And when you talk about titling, a lot of persons can't get just basic things like electricity or water supply because they are not owners of their land. It's not that they do not want to, it's just that it's such a tedious process for them to be landowners. So I definitely want to commend the government for this bill, and I just want to say that, to congratulate the government once again, and I'm definitely for this. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to join in commending the government for putting forward this piece of legislation, or the pieces of legislation. But whereas my colleagues are prepared to commend the drafters, I have some reservations. These things are drafted by lawyers. And by definition, lawyers are very conservative people. They tend to want to hold on to the status quo and to preserve that which has been with us since 1889 or thereabouts. And the greatest exponent of how lawyers are viewed in relation to property was put forward by Roughton, one of those great architects of land reform. And he said that essentially that we are a set of conservatives
And that's all we do. We just want to blame everybody else when things go wrong. I would like to have seen a more revolutionary approach taken to the drafting and the presentation of these pieces. What we seem to have done was to have taken the existing legislation and sort of just locked something onto the back of it, instead of going fully, recognizing that in terms of the history of land in Jamaica, we ought to be embarrassed. It is shameful that in our present circumstances, we have in the region of 360,000 parcels of unregistered land. And if we are not embarrassed that after how many years of independence, we still maintain that system, then perhaps we ought to ask our friend from Central Kingston to conduct a hearing so that we can do penance. It is an embarrassing situation, and I am not sure that when we co-opt, we still have the lamp, the institution lamp. What have we done to lamp, to deserve it going forward as an institution which will register and bring those 360,000 parcels of land into the main framework of land registration? If its history is anything to go by, then it is unlikely to produce the results that we seek. And I would suggest some very serious reforms in relation to that institution, and to take away some of the legislation. Now, I've had the unfortunate history of attempting to register unregistered parcels of land. And you can go through 10 adjudicators at the national land agencies, and they'll give you 10 different reasons as to why this parcel of land can't be registered. That's the referees. So where is the guidance going to come from when we set up these adjudication services, committees, when we set them up? Have we taken a serious look at what we have in our jurisdiction called family land? How are we going to deal with it? Are these the adjudicators going to be still operating slavishly in relation to the intestate provisions? Are we going to follow it slavishly? Or are we going to take a new approach which fits into our social reality? Because here we are, just like the middle class, always looking back, seeing what is happening behind it. We are the lawyers, always wanting to preserve that which they have. And who was it designed for? It was designed to benefit the landed owners who came. That's what it was designed for. So what is it that is going to fit our present reality? So let us acknowledge that's what we're continuing to do. The state, consciously or otherwise, has set itself up in such a position that it doesn't recognize that it has locked out 360 parcels of land. And look at the multiplying effect of that. If we were to bring those persons within the next 5 years, and this is one of the arguments I have in relation to against the legislation as it is presently crafted. Have we set out ourselves a timeline within which to bring those parcels of land into mainstream? Because I had the unfortunate experience of having a medical student come to me for assistance. And the miserly sum that I could write the letter in relation to and send him off to SDC was $50,000. $50,000 is a fraction of what it cost for the fees in any 1 year. But just before the young lady left my office, I said, "Don't your parents have land?" "Yes, about a family land." What's family land? What's family land? We must recognize that for what it is and give create a scheme which suits all of that. And we must recognize that if we're going to bring those 360,000 parcels and have a serious economic impact, because that is what it's all about. That's what land is. We can't just sit there and say, well, it's a physical land we're looking at and just give it a piece of paper. It's what the piece of paper represents. Is it fungible? Can we move it around? Right? And I noticed that in all that scheme that we have done away with the rural banks. The present institutions that are set up want a little farmer who grows some coffee or whatever it is up in the hills to behave like a well-oiled corporation. We must have institutions like the former PC Bank to remain or to be re-established in those rural communities, one of which I represent, so that those people out there can go into those little banks and the unique nature of what they do is recognized and some credit given for it. So, it is against that background that I make the criticisms of the lawyers, and it would remain what it is, that it is not sufficiently revolutionary. And I'll take a quote from Maltese out of the French Revolution. Revolutions, genuine revolutions, not those which simply change the political forms and members of the government, but those which transform institutions and alter property relations, advance unseen for a long time before bursting into the sunlight, impelled by some fortuitous circumstances. We need to get to this point where we revolutionize using the institutions which we have. This whole business of registration of land. It cannot be that we remain slaves to the Registration of Titles Act and all that it is required. We have to create our own model of what is necessary to bring these lands under the registration of title. We can't tack it on to something which has been here. What we need is the revolution in our institutions. Change them so that they can reflect that which is necessary presently. And it is most fortuitous that we are at the point where we are now. That I heard my friend mention that there were 120,000 people or thereabouts who were displaced. They may be very well the beneficiaries of parcels of land in the rural areas. Let them have the benefit of what those lands mean. Let us recognize that there are several pieces of legislation, and we should just, in my mind, put a piece of sunset legislation, abandon all of those laws, and say as of May 1, this is how we're going to do it. Not tack it on to some pre-existing pieces of legislation, which doesn't. Tack it on. It's all, piecemeal here and there. Say as of May 1, 2020, this is how we intend to deal, and reduce the time. We are still going to be slaves, going through all the shenanigans which are required by the existing legislation. No, we should adopt a new approach. It is time consuming. Do like the Japanese did when it was taking them 24 hours to build a motor car. They took the people in a room and they said, no, we want it done in 12. They went further and says, you know what? We need it in 6. And they came to the point where everything is done just in time. Let's take the approach. We don't want the access to the gaining of a title to remain sitting within a adjudication committee for 10 years. Say, like I've heard former Prime Minister Golden say, we need this done within 90 days, and it can be done. I've heard my friend mention the assurance fund, and I too have had the unfortunate experience of attempting to make a claim against that fund. And Lord, I was about to expire, and then I gave up. So let us do whatever we have to do in relation to those funds. We may have to craft a piece of legislation, and we come in here and we do it in an afternoon, because we need to appropriate the funds which are held to creating the cadastral mapping. And GIS technology is at the point where it is that it can record a parcel of land the size of a pinhead. So it is no longer magic. Recognize that our history is such with land. It's a very bitter one. And let us do what we have to do now in order to say to the descendants of those people who were embarrassed and driven through the hills, that we recognize that a wrong was done to you, and that we are now saying we are doing this as our way of making good to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't normally rise on a matter of legislation, but on this occasion, I couldn't sit here and not make a contribution. The very basis and reason for my entering politics had a lot to do with where I grew up and what I experienced as a boy. I had the good fortune to be elected to North Central St. Andrew, well, Northwest, and then later called North Central when it was modified slightly. And I came across communities that were arguably as depressed and left abandoned as those that I was involved in as a child, off Walton Park Road, Greenwich Farm, Hunts Bay, and those areas. And Mr. Speaker, I recall having run in 1976 and lost the election to Dr. Ken McNeil, father of opposition spokesman for tourism, Wicker McNeil. And I can recall in 1977, or about there, when my old friend, now deceased, Tony Spaulding, was Minister of Housing, and he had passed in this Honorable House groundbreaking legislation. The most far-reaching in its implications and its hopes for revolutionizing the management of land in this country. Arguably one of the finest pieces of legislation to ever come through this Parliament, whereby lands that were occupied by persons for over 20 years were protected by a law that prohibited the original owners from evicting them. In some instances where their children were born and grew up, created their own families. And because of the lack of tenure, they were at times unceremoniously bulldozed from the land to make way for newfound opportunities for the development of different types of structures. I celebrated that piece of legislation when I was in opposition. And since that day until now, I continue to celebrate it. And it is a great deal of sadness that after all these years, 40 years now as a member of parliament, that I have seen precious little progress made to make the changes that I am sure Tony personally and the members of parliament at that time had hoped for Jamaica. It was called the Local Improvements and Amenities Act, whereby lands would be identified and declared. And those lands would be eventually assumed by the government, where infrastructure was put into it. Development took place, lotted out, and given to the residents. My constituency, 1/4 of it is comprised of those kinds of communities. I witnessed one of the first handing over of a card, identification card, a lot, with a lot number, with a title to follow on completion of the agreement. Started with Tony when he said we would lease it and allow the people to live on it. As Minister of Construction at the time, former Prime Minister Bruce Golding took it one step further. And for those who are old enough to remember the old sites and service developments, the decision was taken not to lease it and turn them into lifelong tenants, but to divide it and sell to the occupants at far smaller rates, where they were able to acquire the land and build their families. Mr. Speaker, that is why when I was appointed to serve in the Ministry of Housing, I welcomed it gleefully. Because I've had many exchanges in that ministry, and I've suffered untold disappointment in the pace at which movement takes place in there to actualize the objectives of the period I'm talking to you about. No work of any real note has taken place there to advance the objectives of that piece of legislation. My colleague speaks about, let us correct the wrongs of the past. Let us pass new pieces of legislation. Well, member, whilst I can appreciate where you're coming from, the sense of history that I bring to the table tells me that you could pass all the legislation in the world you want if there is not a determined will and a driver to drive it and to make sure that the poor people of this country can have a roof over their heads on a permanent basis. And I can tell you something. We have legal luminaries in this house. But over time, since that legislation was passed, repeatedly, I have had to stand in the breach to prevent declarations out of the courts, giving rights to people to come in and remove the people forcefully. And you will all recall the 85 Red Hills Road incident. And I will never forget that day. That was a line drawn in the sand. That I would not permit the people to suffer the humiliation of being bulldozed. Many of whom were born there and were then now 30 odd years of age. And it is still there, and still the people don't have the land. But I can show you, do you have those things I gave you to put on the screen? The people, through their own initiative and sense of ambition and desire to develop themselves, have gone about the business of improving those lots that were assigned to them, although to this day they don't have a title. And they have developed beautiful communities. Communities that many of you pass and don't know where they are. Don't know the extent to which the culture of the people is expressed freely. Where people live in harmony, you only know the bad side of it when there is hostility. But you don't know the wealth of talent that resides in these communities. When those who live in Upper St. Andrew want a carpenter or a mason or a mechanic, you don't go to Norbrook to look for that. You go right into the heart of the inner city where all the talent resides. Communities that are self-sufficient but don't have tenure. So there can be no permanence. There can be no sense of belonging. And it is left to us as members of parliament. I made a statement once. People say, why are you here so long? I'm here so long because I'm not leaving until I see some action in those communities. And for those like my good friend from Eastern Kingston, who has tried to move me, I only have one message for you. It won't work. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with great feeling that I address this subject. And I can think of nothing that we do in this House that is more important. Not just to pass this amendment, but to implement it. We will stand condemned if we don't be of one resolve to use all our influences collectively and individually to bring about meaningful change in the inner cities of this country. Where are the pictures? You never get anything on screen. I'll spare you this time. I was going to show you what we saw when we got there and what we have today, to show you the level of ambition, ingenuity that the people exhibit under trying circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to speak a little later, but I think it's very important for me to speak earlier so that we can understand the content and the import of these legislation. Because with due respect, when I listen to the speakers, with respect, I don't think they've read the legislation. I must admit that the legislation are monumental in the sense that No, it's very important for us to understand what this legislation is doing. I didn't say you. I said there are some persons who clearly have not read the far-reaching effect of these legislations. And I want to emphasize, and why I want to explain, Mr. Speaker, so that subsequent speakers can understand what these legislations are supposed to achieve. Well, are you aware that these legislation will ensure that the whole process of land titling is not only much easier, but in a sense have discarded what has occupied before, what pertained before. For example, Mr. Speaker, in the past, in order to get title, you had to have documents, lots of documents, not only lots of documents, but you also have to use perhaps adverse possession, and by adverse possession, it means going through referees after referees, as the member from Northeast St. Catherine pointed out. With this legislation, Mr. Speaker, what is most important is that the community, through an adjudication process, determine the boundary of each neighbor. So that is why you have a director of adjudication service and also a director of land administration. The member from Eastern Westmoreland mentioned a director of communication service. I think you meant a director of adjudication service who is responsible for advertising that within a certain community, land titling will evolve and notices will be given for all the participants in that area to be able to participate in the adjudication of where the boundaries are. So what you're going from, Mr. Speaker, is from an old system of documentation, referees, etc., to a community-based adjudication in determining what portion of land a person who has occupied it for an extended period of time, 12 years and more, that person should be afforded the title for that piece of land to which he has lived, occupied, and maintained for that 12 years and more. So indeed, undisputed. And that is set out, Mr. Speaker, in the Act, where in Section 9 of the Principal Act, it makes it very clear. The Director of Adjudication Service is satisfied that the person to whom the application relates is in sole, open, quiet, undisputed, continuous, undisturbed possession of that piece of land other than Crown land. That the Director of Adjudication Services shall record the person as the owner of the parcel and declare the person's title to be absolute. In other words, once you go through that process in the community and the Director of Adjudication Service, having put out the notices, having had the community meeting, having done the cadastral mapping, and see that piece, where that piece of land is, then the Director of Adjudication Service can declare that parcel of land to belong to that occupant as the owner. So you're not going to go through, member from Northeast St. Catherine, documentation, adverse possession, and all the necessary documentation in support. Obviously, documentation helps, undoubtedly. So Facilities of Titles Act will assist in showing that you were, in a sense, owner, because any documentation helps. But what is more important is for the community to accept that the piece of land, that person has occupied it for the next 12 years and more, so that the director can so declare. Mr. Speaker, the point is that regardless of the financial institution, the point is that once the occupier of the land, with the help of the community, can declare that this occupier has been there for 12 years, sole, undisturbed, quiet possession, then the director of adjudication can say this land belongs to you, give you title, and you have title. It becomes absolute. Now, obviously, if you have a Facilities of Titles Act, if you have other documentation that say it was registered title belonging to others, complication might arise. Not denying that. At the end of the day, the Registrar of Titles will be the final arbiter where, in a sense, there are conflicts, ultimately appealing to the courts. But at the end of the day, this particular legislation, members of Parliament, is to make the process of 340,000, 360,000, or 400,000 titles become readily available to be titled. What is more, the parties will be working with a private institution, and you know, member from Western Westmoreland, St. Mary, from 2010, we have been working on this cadastral mapping. He and I went to South Korea to look at what happened in South Korea. In South Korea, the cadastral mapping totally of South Korea. And from 2010, we expected by now, all of Jamaica would have been cadastrally mapped. And regrettably, 10 years later, it is happening. But my understanding is that, sir, because for one reason or another, the legislation has been slow in adapting to what should have happened, and this is why this legislation will now effect it. This legislation, member from Western St. Andrew, this legislation will now make it easier because the cadastral mapping will be done. And that cadastral mapping with a private institution working with government with this legislation to be implemented will properly map out each parcel of land. The government will be participating. No, take it from me. My understanding is that it is one very important government activity to ensure that land is properly titled, because as the member from Northeast St. Andrew and Eastern St. Thomas point out, if persons have title, it benefits the government, because it means that properties, taxes can be paid. So what we are saying, member from North Central, your community in Red Hills Road, those persons who can demonstrate that they have been there for 12 years and more, undisturbed, they will be entitled to their title. But the point I'm making, member, we are saying that these legislation will assist and overcome many of the problems that you have been talking about. I can say to members, that it is very important not only for us to pass this legislation, but as everyone has said, member from North Central, to ensure that it is properly, effectively, and speedily implemented. Because if it is implemented, those 340,000 or 360,000 untitled lands could, within the next 5 to 10 years, be easily get their titles. I say, members, that this legislation is not only far-reaching, but it will go a far way to ensure that the people across Jamaica take the opportunity to get their titles. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that there are far too many landowners in Jamaica who, having bought land, do nothing. They see it as speculation. We have in Northern St. Andrew in particular, people who buy lots of land, do nothing about it. The neighbors complain. And year after year, it is the MP who is called upon to clean the lands. And something in future, Mr. Speaker, must be done. where persons with titles to land do nothing with it. If they fail to develop these lands, future legislation may well have to be put in place to get these lands dealt with. In other words, we cannot, in a small country like ours, use land for speculation, use land as asset and nothing more. Our people need land not only for home ownership, for agriculture, for recreation, and it seems to me future legislation like these must ensure that landowners use their land in a very profitable, yes, but also beneficial way to the community and to the country at large. So, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you that as chairman of the legislation committee passing legislations, I found these legislation, these two pieces, monumental, important, and I want to thank the persons who participated, the Commissioner of Lands, the Registrar of Titles, the lawyers in the Economic Growth and Job Creation section, who participated and over the last few years ensure that we have two pieces of legislation that when implemented will really be extremely beneficial to all Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the proponents of this legislation. I think it's far-reaching. I want to point out something I heard a member from Northeast St. Catherine refer to the revolutionary approach that this legislation is taking. And I want to say that probably the most revolutionary legislation to come to this House and to be implemented in Jamaica was that proposed, that was implemented by Norman Washington Manley when he acquired the Ramsbury property and not only took charge of it, but subdivided it and allocated it for the production of the country. And so therefore, this would be, well, you know. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there are areas in my constituency. Some of the lands are crown lands that persons live on. And they are having a difficulty, even when they approach the LAMP and the agencies for these lands to be allocated. And so therefore, I don't have that part of the legislation. I don't know if it's here. But is it envisaged that those lands that are classified as crown lands would be treated in a different way? Because the timeline for these lands, there is no difference. These are lands that the same Jamaican people live on. Yet still, because they are designated crown lands, they are given 60 years. And other lands that are not so designated are 12 years. What, therefore, could the lawyers say? Why is this so? These are lands that the government can do nothing else than settle people because there are already persons out there, generation on top of generation on top of generation. You have locked up the assets. Persons cannot take it to the bank. In fact, they spawn a kind of squatter settlement because they now cannot be regularized, and persons have an issue of the security of tenure. So I'm saying that the legislation needs to look at certain areas in Jamaica that are so fall in that category, and to bring it, you need to equalize or level the playing field and treat both basically, because it has to do with the benefit of our Jamaican people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have areas, and I hope that this legislation, once it leaves here and goes to the Senate and is passed, does not sit here. We have thousands of Jamaicans waiting to really get their own part of the Jamaican rock. And I have critical areas, key areas in my constituency are numbers of persons. Places like Board Villa, near Ebony Park, or Joshuaville, or areas in Lionel Town, or Racecourse, or Water Lane. There are many areas of lands all over the place that fall in this category. And I believe if we can speedily implement this legislation, we can at least see an awakening. Certainly in an era that sugar's gone out, many persons will find more creative ways to utilize the asset. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Turner.
Mr. Speaker. I rise a little bit reluctantly because I have to go back in depth. Because whereas my colleagues have been articulating the effect, I need to always look at the cause. And I find that in our history, a lot of the cause is intentional. We are here debating an aspect of the need for land reform, which speaks to the cadastral mapping and the issues to put in the people's hands the title that is entitlement of the people. So I did a little bit of soul searching and looking back. And I asked myself, why wasn't land reform part of our independence discussion with our former masters? And I say that deliberately because I've always focused on the land and the value. And I say it again deliberately in a Jamaican way. What gone bad a morning can't come good a evening. Because I would have hoped that, as I have emphasized before in this 40 years I've been here in this parliament, the ownership of land was intentionally kept from the people. Let me remind us that when we became independent and chattel slavery was being abolished, that the people were told, go and find a free village. But in finding that free village, you do not own the land. In fact, they made a rule that if you didn't own land, you couldn't vote. Therefore, the first black legislator that came in here, I think, is J.G. Smith. That also prompted many of us to not see the future of what the political world would be needed in terms of our own delivery. In that context, therefore, I would ask my colleague from Justice, was that a right, justifiable decision that was made? Because after you moved from that, you moved through adult suffrage. You moved to whether you could read or write to vote. And at each step of the way, we were kept out of the political fraternity that would set the rules and regulations. I am not a lawyer, but I tried to hope to find out, was the feudal policy the main drive for the handing over of crown lands to us when we became independent? Was it a fee simple structure? Do we recognize how many titles were lying on Duke Street with loans that the persons weren't getting it, but it was collectively being used by the legal fraternity to finance other areas of growth? So I'm saying with the cause has been intentional. The step here is a really milestone step in speed up what we have to correct. But we need to go further than that. We need to go much further than that. But many of that has been spoken about here this evening as to whether and how you can free those titles immediately. And we need a revolutionary decision on that, that the people can access the value of the land as quickly as possible. And I think that's what exists now more in COVID time than it ever did before. So I'll see us correcting, because I would love for somebody to tell me, my Minister of Justice, was it a justifiable decision to have said to the people, grow what you eat what you grow, but you can't own the land and you can't vote and participate in the political structure which makes the decisions that take us further. I am hoping, therefore, that this step, which I congratulate my colleague on bringing forward here today, I'm hoping that we will begin to recognize we need a more revolutionary step. We need a more solid approach collectively to be able to put in the hands of the people the assets and value of their land, that they can utilize it freely in development. I could go on with the cause that you have a yard. We are perpetuating that in many ways. And the yard doesn't have a title. So this is left from us, Mike, and this is left from us, John, and they have marker, and you do have no marker. So we are correcting some of that in the reality of what exists today. But I believe, I would like to think, because please remember the four elements that kept us, as I would challenge my Rastafarian colleagues in relation to it. When they opted out of the political system, instead of staying in the political system and allowing the division of the colonialists to split us labor and politics, has denied us the growth that we should achieve, that we are entitled to, and that we can deliver. I don't go on much further because I have said the dynastic structure of a country creates its problems for us, and we're afraid to face that. We're afraid to face that, therefore, within the context of that decision about whether you can vote with land, gave people of some ability in the society a head start on those who weren't there. And usually that were the chattel slaves, which were the Afrocentric people of our structure. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I'm going to leave it at that, in that I hope we say this is a brilliant step made to go forward in utilizing the modern age of cadastral mapping, so there can be no challenge in terms of where you ultimately end up owning. But let us put the title to support that in the hands of the people, with their right to utilize it in their own way to be able to build their own position and growth in the country. So I thought I would go back to that, because I hope someone can tell me how, in the meeting of the transition and the formation of independence, land reform was not on the agenda, was not discussed. I will look at that in the context, however, that at the same time, we didn't have a political structure at that time. And that's why I don't want to go to the dynastic structure of what changed as we go along, as we divided our country between labor and politics. First political party was Marcus Mosiah Garvey. It was neither us on either side here. The issues of that are related in how and what he was persecuted and chose out of the country. I will leave that for another time. The important element here is that I think we must always look at the cause as we assess the effect. And if you don't correct the cause as quickly as possible, the effect is going to expand and grow. And therefore, I have made my contribution for having sat here for 40 years, having represented the people for plus, having seen the same people in need of water, in need of housing, in need of poverty, tells me something is not right in the realm. And we must begin to address that. And I've given the analysis that I have seen and brought it to that point, and hope we'll address it as soon as possible in the continuity of a very good presentation of a need that exists to correct the laws that are on the books.
Mr. Vice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for your input. And just to say, whereas I am carrying this legislation, there has been a lot of work put into this by the technocrats, as I had said before, from the National Land Agency, from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Permanent Secretary, and of course, I could not mention the support, guidance, and input that I have gotten from my opposition colleague from Central Kingston, who has a wealth
of experience in relation to land titling matters. And when I say wealth, I mean it literally. So, Mr. Speaker, further to the tabling of the bills to amend the Registration of Titles Act and the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Act, which I refer to from here as SPA, I will start with some mention or some of the comments made by the first person member who spoke in response to the tabling of this legislation, the member from Central Kingston, who submitted observations, very useful observations on the bills. As it relates to legacy issues, the bill before us is aimed at modernizing Jamaica's land law and unlocking the value of land for Jamaicans long denied security of tenure, despite having legitimate interests in the land. The SPA provisions address the legacy issues raised by the member, as the land titling infrastructure now includes more judicious and expeditious processing of applications for titles through the work of the adjudication committee. Please note that applicant is defined to be inclusive of several types of persons capable of claiming interest. The use of community knowledge is important because traditionally, one of the main obstacles to establishing root of title is that the statute of frauds require that all transactions related to the land must be in writing. The referee of titles strictly followed the statute of frauds, and people were unable to advance applications to get title where they did not have proof of title in writing. Increasing the number of referees of titles would not improve the position of a valid applicant who could only rely on oral forms of conveyance or other means of gaining an interest in title that were not recorded in writing. The proposed amendments allow for the adjudication committees and the Director of Adjudication Services to give credence to the community knowledge and other forms of establishing root of title using proof that they may not have been in writing. The community knowledge is properly documented and vetted to establish basis of title. Protocols are established for how title can be granted as either qualified or absolute title. Qualified title is significant because it allows an applicant to be endorsed as a registered owner subject to conditions imposed by the Registrar of Titles, and therefore invests the applicant with the security of tenure subject to conditions. The separation of title process from subdivision approvals. The process of obtaining title is separated from the approval process in that under the SPA, subdivisions can be done based on assessment by the Director of Land Administration and Management Division. Cooperatives and agricultural landholders. The status of cooperatives and agricultural holders are improved in that Section 4 of the RTA Amendment Bill will insert a Section 28A into the RTA. The effect of that is that once a certificate of compliance is issued under the Facilities of Titles for Titles Act, the person named in the certificate or his personal representative can apply to the Registrar of Titles for a certificate of title, and such an application is made without reference to the referee of titles. All Island Declaration as a systematic adjudication area. Presently, the scope of the activities under the SPA are that all parishes, save and except parts of Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore, have been declared as project area. Parts of Kingston and St. Andrew have been declared in the past few months and is intended to add more communities. Approximately 91% of the parcels of land in Kingston and 85% of parcels in St. Andrew already have registered titles. Please note that once an area is declared as a project area under the SPA, all landowners in that area are able to apply for a certificate of title for their land voluntary registration, and they are entitled to all waivers, exemptions, and benefits of the SPA, such as reduced fees on application for title. Systematic titling. Regarding systematic cadastral land registration, the Minister may, on the recommendation of the NLA, declare any parcel or parcels of land in a project area to be an area for systematic titling. The declaration of areas for systematic titling will be done on a phased basis by identifying locations and mobilizing the resources to undertake the relevant technical and administrative activities. The approach is a recommendation from the consultants who review the best practices in Rwanda and St. Lucia and other jurisdictions. The approach is best because systematic registration is a process of land titling through a determined jurisdiction and is performed on a community-by-community basis. In this phased approach, there are a declaration of defined manageable areas where surveys and adjudication of ownership can be carried out on a parcel-by-parcel basis. The National Land Agency is presently undertaking the identification of possible project areas for systematic registration, and the government is committed to expanding the systematic initiative in a structured approach to best utilize resources to do the surveys and the administrative activities. Establishment of adjudication committees. In relation to the establishment of adjudication committees, as stated before, it is noted that the adjudicated committees are integral to the implementation of the SPA in the processes for voluntary and systematic registration of lands. Island-wide, there are currently 40 adjudication committees established, and refresher training has also been done with the existing committees to enhance their performance. The NLA is currently in the process of appointing new members to the new committees and renewing the tenure of committee members on the existing committees. Regulations were amended to provide for flexibility in establishing quorums and ensuring sound representation with balance of expertise. The government recognizes the importance of the functions of the adjudication committees, and therefore one of the legislative changes being proposed is to have an attorney at law with a minimum of 10 years in civil law appointed as a chairman, and all committees have a community representative as one of its members. National Cadastre. In pursuant to the National Cadastre, the framework includes Geoland Title Limited. They will be integral in preparing cadastral maps to cover the systematic area that are declared. This will directly impact the delivery of a national cadastre. The funding for systematic registration includes the cost of carrying out these surveys. Areas and how it affects title. The member from Central Kingston has underscored the importance of providing for the continued processing of an application for title and its issuance of title in circumstances where arrears of land taxes exist, provided that the applicant will proceed subject to the lodging of a caveat to protect the revenue provided by the proposed amendment to S15 of the ROT, which is seen in Clause 3 of the bill to amend the Registration of Titles Act. This is significant as the right to collect the property tax remains incumbent on the landowner by allowing registrar of titles to lodge a caveat as a charge for outstanding property taxes. Mr. Speaker, the government seeks through the proposed amendments to the Registration of Titles Act RTA and the Special Provisions Act SBA to dramatically change the policies governing land management, titling and registration in the quest for national development. A review of other jurisdictions has been done to ascertain the processes and procedures that have worked effectively in other countries. The proposal seeks to introduce an alternative to voluntary registration. Mr. Speaker, there were some other mention by other members, which I will seek to address as quickly as possible. Will there be an oversight committee? Both positions fall under the responsibility of the NLA, which has overarching tasks to perform functions that were previously done by LAMP. The applicants have recourse to the court of aggrieved with decisions under the SPA. If aggrieved, they'll be applying established law as set out in the Limitation of Actions Act, Registration of Titles Act, or statutes, such as facilities for title and common law as applicable. Role of the Commissioner of Lands. Commissioner is not a land czar. The office is established by the Crown Property Vesting Act. The Act provides for the Commissioner to be corporation sole and holds titles for government lands to be administered in keeping with the law and the government policy. Under the SPA arrangements, checks and balances exist by the relationships with the Registrar of Titles, who retain roles set out in the Registration of Titles Act and has due diligence standards, vigorous due diligence standards. In both the Registration of Titles Act and the SPA, the applicant has a right of recourse to the courts. The Director of Adjudication Services deals with the matters in a cadastral registration area, which is declared and defined, and powers are specified. The Director of the Land Administration Management Division similarly has functions and scope of the powers, duties specified to hold them accountable, but always ensuring safeguards. You will never be able to legislate for all scenarios, but certain checks and balances are included in legislation to ensure that complaints can be ventilated and applicable redress provided as approaching the courts, which is provided for in the SPA and the RTA. The Minister of Housing and the Commissioner of Lands were made corporation souls because legally ministries cannot hold titles, and transactions for land use required both legal capacity and coherence to implement government policy. The Minister of Housing to deal with housing issues such as the creation of schemes and improvement of schemes. Each act clearly specifies the functions and procedures to be used. There is no overlapping of functions. Land titles. I think this was my colleague, member from Western St. Andrew. Succession matters are usually the factors that prevent the transfer of titles. The work of the Adjudication Committee provides an opportunity to address these matters on a phase basis or by the NLA on a voluntary application. It allows for review and ventilation of claims which may arise from dead left land as we know it. This is land that ownership was gifted by a deceased person but not necessarily done in writing, or the deceased estate not administered. The title for that land cannot be transferred until the executor gets a grant of probate. The SPA facilitates the title being transferred due to the work of the Director of Adjudication Services and the Adjudication Committee in a systematic registration area, or the work of the Director of Land Administration Management Division and the Adjudication Committee. Funding of the National Cadastre. Section 20 of the Registration of Title Act provides for an assurance fund which can be used to aid in funding preparation of cadastre of cadastre. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is anything that I have not gotten to, you can feel free to communicate and we can make sure to have it addressed prior to a thing. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Most Honorable Prime Minister acknowledged the importance of land tenure when he stated that we want every Jamaican to have a vested interest in building Jamaica. In order to build a strong economy and improve quality of lives, we must give our citizens ownership whenever possible. He further stated that titling for Jamaica is an important initiative aimed at empowering Jamaicans with a renewed sense of ownership and pride in Jamaica. Similar words by previous former Prime Minister Bruce Golding, who, as was mentioned earlier, was one of the persons, or the person, who pushed and started this in his tenure as Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, further to the Prime Minister's statement, it is the view of the government of Jamaica that these bills are tools that can be used to liberate land, enhance the formal economy, and change the fate of the majority of those who we represent long denied the opportunities of ownership. And that includes 85 Red Hills Road. Let me repeat that for you so you won't listen. Let me repeat that for you. Mr. Speaker, further to the Prime Minister's statement, it is a view of the government of Jamaica that these bills are the tools that can be used to liberate land, enhance the formal economy, and change the fate of the majority of those we represent long denied opportunities of ownership. And I went on to say, an example, 85 Red Hills Road. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bills to this Honorable House for a vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I now ask for a second reading of the two bills that have been tabled.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Clerk.
Yeah. The Speaker now.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles Act and for Connected Matters, read a second time. And a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification, Special Provisions Act and for Connected Matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House.
Mr. Speaker, just crave your indulgence. Last week I had indicated that there were some editorial changes to be made as it relates to Clause 11 of the bill, so we can include those at committee. Okay, fine.
Yes, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles and Connected Matters. I'll now put Clause 1. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I'll now put Clause 2. Those in favor?
Chairman, you can just put 2 to 14. Could you just put clauses 2 to 14? No, the next one.
Okay, I now put clause 2 to 14. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Yeah. I now put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. And I'll put an act to amend the registration of titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Certification Special Provision Act for Connected Matters. I'll now put Clause 1 to 10. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. And we'll put Clause 11.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, there were some editorial changes in 11, Clause 11, and I'll just go through them very quickly. Delete from the schedule Regulation 3 and Regulation 11 and the entry in relation thereto, and substitute therefore the following.
Just put it was circulated.
It was circulated. So can I put the circulated amendment? Mr. Speaker?
The amendment.
Yes, as circulated.
And I'll put the amendment as circulated. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. And I'll put Clause 11 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. And I'll put the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title and an enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee straight with three amendments. Those in favor? Those against? Yes, an act to amend the registration of titles, cadastral mapping, and tenure certification as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Yes, yes. And I hit this. This is the last one. Yes. Yeah. So one is amendment, next one. We did that already. Right, so I'm doing the last one now. So now I put an act to amend the registration of titles, cadastral mapping and tenure certification, Special Provision Act, with 3 amendments. Is it? 3 amendments. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. And I'll put an act to amend registration of titles act for connected matters without amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage. An act to amend the registration of titles act with 3 amendments, and the act to amend the registration of titles and connecting matters with no amendment. I do report the bill and act to amend the registration of title, cadastral mapping and tenure certification, special provision as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments, and an act to amend the registration of title act for connected matters with no amendments. Minister Vaz.
Mr. Speaker, as for a third reading. Oh, the House is back now. Mr. Speaker, I now ask for a third reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those against? Ayes have it.
Yes, sir. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles Act and for Connected Matters read a third time and passed. And a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification, Special Provisions Act and for Connected Matters read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recommittal of statement by ministers. Action to that.
The question is that we recommit statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Statement by minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just rise to give a statement to the Parliament, an update on the CARE program. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Jamaica's CARE program is a national program, designed with the critical social mission of providing support to the most vulnerable in our society in light of the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. To date, we have received approximately 500,000 applications, and this makes the CARE program the largest and the broadest social intervention program in Jamaica's history. Mr. Speaker, the CARE program was announced on March 24th in the closing budget presentation. It was announced on March 24th and it was launched 2 weeks and 2 days later on the 9th of April with online facilities through which individuals or businesses economically impacted by COVID-19 are able to apply for grants. This was, by any standard, an extremely rapid development in response to the exceptional circumstances brought on by the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I am grateful to the dedicated multidisciplinary team who worked literally day and night throughout that period to allow for launch on schedule and only 16 days after announcement. The launch, Mr. Speaker, was preceded by the circulation in the Sunday newspapers of a detailed brochure on April the 5th, 2020 in an effort to sensitize the country about the available components under the CARE program. Mr. Speaker, the CARE program consists of the following components: the best cash component, with business employee support and transfer of cash, where businesses in the tourism sector who retain employees with incomes less than $1.5 million can receive temporary support from the government of Jamaica. The set cash component, the supporting employees with the transfer of cash, where employees who are displaced, laid off or terminated from any sector in the country, as long as they're formally employed, then they can apply for temporary cash transfers to be validated by their employer, uploading a P45 that verifies that they were employed and that they have been laid off. There's a small business grant component for small businesses who file income taxes and have persons employed. A general grant for various occupational groups where there's evidence that they have at least paid for their registration at the respective authority. A compassionate grant open to unemployed persons, informally employed persons, students over 18 and the elderly. A tourism grant for businesses in the tourism sector. A path grant, which would mean just an extra path payment during for the month of May, and student loan relief, where students or persons repaying student loans won't have to make any payments for the months of April, May, and June. In addition to those elements, Mr. Speaker, we have various COVID-19 support programs, which consist of funding allocation for the Constituency Development Fund, $189 million that was channeled through parliamentarians, $200 million channeled through the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries to farmers, and $150 million channeled through the Ministry of Local Government towards the Poor Relief Fund. Mr. Speaker, the management of the best cash, the set cash, the small business grant, the general grant, the compassionate grant, and eventually the tourism grant components of the program are being done through an online system accessible in Jamaica, not from outside of Jamaica, at the HTTP address www.wecare.gov.jm. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service is leading a broad collaborative effort involving several departments and agencies of government to deliver the CARE program to Jamaicans. The Ministry of Finance would have conceived of and developed the policy. and engaged in stakeholder consultations to refine the policy, and provided legal, internal audit, and procurement services to the project, in addition to project coordination and leadership. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry authorizes payments based on eligibility and verification independently provided by other agencies in batches and by components. Tax Administration Jamaica is responsible for validating the taxpayer registration numbers, which is the unique identifier for applications in all modules, as well as TAJ is also responsible for validating the eligibility of applicants for the Compassionate Grant, the Set Cash Grant, the Best Cash Grant, and the Small Business Grant components. Those eligibility requirements consist of things that Taxation Jamaica or Tax Admin Jamaica is uniquely positioned to do to determine income levels of persons, whether persons have filed taxes, whether persons are on the formal employment payroll, and other such queries. The Accountant General's Department led negotiations with financial institutions regarding policies and technology compliance and rates that would be paid to financial institutions. In addition, the Accountant General's Department is responsible for disbursing payments to banks and remittance companies. Validation of bank accounts is done through the portal. eGov Jamaica Limited developed the CARE software, hosted the site, and provides technical support. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we have asked the Auditor General's Department to conduct an independent and concurrent audit and oversight of the CARE program, as I have previously announced. And concurrent means that the audit occurs as the program is being rolled out. Other government agencies that are working to support the CARE program include the Tourism Product Development Company, which provides registration data for applicants from the tourism sector who are applying for the Best Cash, the tourism grants, and some occupations in the general grant. Example, the contract carriage, meaning Juta, Maxi, and JCAL operators. The parish councils who are providing registration data for various applicant types, such as barbers and market vendors. The eligibility rules has the full list of occupational groups, and there are quite a number. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information provides registration data for early childhood officers. The Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports provides the registration data for entertainment practitioners, and the Transport Authority provides the data for PPV licensed operators. Mr. Speaker, this is a broad effort with a lot of moving parts, and on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I thank all the men and women involved in allowing the CARE program to achieve its objectives from across all of these departments, ministries, and agencies. Mr. Speaker, the development, deployment, and execution of the CARE program is yet another demonstration that the Jamaican public sector is nimble, is agile, and is responsive. I must take the opportunity to recognize Southern Global Services, who have supplied customer care services to the CARE project free of charge. I know, if you may, I might ask you again. Let me say that the Jamaican public sector is agile, it's nimble, and it is responsive, Mr. Speaker. As at noon today, April 28th, we have had 496,962 applications for the CARE program, comprised of the following. We've had 225 applications for the Best Cash program, and remember, it's companies in the tourism sector who apply for the Best Cash program, and that would provide temporary cash transfers to allow them to maintain the employment of staff who earn below the income tax threshold. Those 225 applications are related to 19,809 employees. For the Set Cash program, we've had 63,346 applications. For the General Grant program, 26,987 applications. For the Small Business Grant, 4,114 applications. And for the Compassionate Grant, 402,290 applications. Mr. Speaker, the government started communicating the results of the verification activities to applicants last Friday, April 24th, by computer-generated text message or email to the mobile number or email address provided. Compassionate grant applicants are not eligible if the applicant's TRN appears on current payroll returns submitted to Tax Administration Jamaica, and such applicants have been or are being notified of this by computer-generated text or email. For set cash applicants, the former employer is required to upload a P45 form to Tax Administration Jamaica's website to verify their employment status. Where a P45 form has not been received by Tax Administration Jamaica, the applicant will be notified by computer-generated text or email. Once verified, to effect payment, the name on the bank account submitted must be identical to the name of the applicant. If there is an error found in bank information submitted by an applicant, or if bank information submitted is for an account with a name that differs from the name of the applicant will be notified of this problem by computer-generated text or email. Applicants can track the status or update the financial institution information. So if there's an error on the bank account, you can go back. As long as you have your TRN and your application reference number, you just click on the track status link from the wecare.gov.jm homepage and enter those numbers, the TRN and application reference number, and the financial institution data can be updated. Applicants with questions can call the toll-free number, and I'll just include it here for completion's sake, which is 888, the number 4, and then We Care, or 888-493-2273. For the compassionate grant, Mr. Speaker, as of noon today, 344,191, or 85% of the applications received, have so far been validated as eligible, and the eligible beneficiaries have been notified by text message, automatically computer-generated text message or email. The validation for the set cash component has been slower, with 9,161 applicants validated to date. The slower response of employers in uploading P45 forms to the TAJ portal is a main reason for the slower validation rate. And in this regard, we are reaching out to employers directly and through other departments and agencies in the government to seek the cooperation of employers with this stage of the validation process to ensure that their former employees who have been laid off can begin to access the set cash benefit. We are working assiduously, Mr. Speaker, towards commencing payments for the compassionate grant and the set cash components of the CARE program during this month for some persons, and for others it will be during the first week of May. These payments will be effected through the utilization of the contingencies fund, Mr. Speaker. Payments for the other components are programmed to commence during the May 2020 after passage of the first supplementary estimates for financial year 2020-21. Compassionate and set cash grants account for over 90% of applications and are being processed and paid first. We will follow up quickly with the processing of applications for the general grants, the small business grants, and the best cash grants shortly after in May. Applicants who collect a compassionate grant at a remittance company will be required to produce the application reference number and a government-issued ID for collection of grants from remittance companies. We are strongly encouraging remittance companies that have banks to use this opportunity to have compassionate grant beneficiaries open bank accounts. This is the perfect opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and this CARE program highlights one of the major changes that we have, positive changes and improvements that we have to make in our society. At the nexus of improving the productivity of the Jamaican society is the need to ensure that more Jamaicans have identification, more Jamaicans have bank accounts, and more Jamaicans have access to the internet. Here we have a situation where the government is actually, in a time of emergency, trying to reach its citizens. And in order to reach its citizens, because these are taxpayer funds, there is a need for verification of person's status, and there's also a need for verification of individuals' identity to ensure that no one person collects on behalf of someone else. We are finding, obviously by virtue of how people have responded to the CARE program, that as the anecdotal evidence suggests, there are a number of persons in the Jamaican society who do not have a bank account. And this is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to rectify and to change that. With the CARE program, with funds being directed to individuals by way of remittance, a lot of the challenge is solved in that the source of funds is known, it's coming from the government, the person is identified, there's a TRN, and as long as they have the identification, and so the KYC requirements under BOJ guidelines with the new amendments to the POCA Act that were passed, or the POCA regulations that were passed recently, allows the financial institutions on the basis of the government remitting funds, as long as the person has identification, to open a bank account for that person on the spot. We are in dialogue and we are encouraging strongly through moral suasion the remittance companies, and most of them have banks associated with them, who are going to be in receipt of these CARE compassionate grants to set up tents within social distancing protocol outside of their offices and buildings, and as the person comes to collect the remittance, they are encouraged to also open the bank account. Once they provide identification, again, the source of funds is known because it's coming from the government. You can't do it if they get a normal remittance from John Brown overseas, going the next day and using that money to open an account. You have all this stuff about KYC, give me 2 pieces of identification, where you work, etc. In this instance, the funds are coming directly from the government. So a lot of the usual requirements would fall away. So using this medium here, but also through private moral suasion, we are encouraging the remittance companies who are going to be in receipt of these flows, who have deposit-taking institutions within their organization and within their umbrella structures, to collaborate with those deposit-taking institutions within their groups. Yes, and encourage persons to open special accounts, obviously with fee structures that are appropriate. And then, obviously, on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to find that there will be some persons who don't possess government ID. That is going to be a practical constraint. Relaxing that requirement would be problematic because it would introduce the possibility that persons could collect funds that are not intended for them. So, in order to abide by the best practices in public financial management and in accountability and transparency, we need for persons to have national issued ID. We will be working with the agencies that offer such identification to see if they can make their services available and expedite those services so that persons who do not possess can get, so that they can, and we don't know a priori how many persons fall into that category. We just know it anecdotally, that identification is a challenge. Mr. Speaker, in closing, just want to add that in addition to all of the groups that have been identified in the brochures on the website and in announcements in the public domain, market vendors and craft vendors and hairdressers and barbers and juta and bus and taxi operators, we are working with the Jamaica Household Workers Union to assist their members who have been terminated. And household helpers who lost their job after the 10th of March due to COVID-19 and who are verified by the Household Workers Union, consistent with the guidelines that we set for verification, will be assisted, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that the CARE program provides support to help cushion the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, targeting vulnerable groups. And one vulnerable group which may have difficulty accessing these grants, given the requirements, is a group of persons living with disabilities. I've been in touch with various representatives of persons living with disabilities, including persons who are associated with the opposition, and I've given my commitment that we're going to do something to address. So I just want to make that public, Mr. Speaker. While some persons living with disabilities have signed up for and will benefit from compassionate grants, others within this group experience unique challenges that make it difficult for them to sign up online, to have an ID, to go to a bank to collect. And so we have to have, we want to accommodate, we have to accommodate and to ensure that they are included, and therefore to have a parallel mechanism, Mr. Speaker, while ensuring that we don't have persons who are double dipping. So, Mr. Speaker, the government will transfer $40 million to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to provide support to the community of persons living with disabilities. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security will provide further details on how persons living with disabilities can access assistance from this pool, but one of the requirements will be that the prospective beneficiary has not previously accessed another care program grant. They will be required to provide a TRN, and we can use that to verify whether or not the person has accessed another grant. And if they have, they would not be eligible. Otherwise, persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, will be included in the care program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for the statement. First of all, I want to reiterate the call by the opposition for the reopening of applications for the compassionate grants. It was very abruptly closed at probably given a couple hours notice. There are thousands of Jamaicans who had intended, and based on the earlier statements made by the Minister of Finance, thought that the compassionate grant would have remained open for a longer period of time. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious that the government may have budgetary constraints, but I would say in a time like this, we have to reach out even further to our international partners and seek funding. Everybody inside this House can identify with persons in their constituency who are in need and who would not have been able to apply at the time for the grant and who need this grant. So I want to reiterate and ask the government to reopen the applications for compassionate grants. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to again say to the government, as representatives who are on the front line having to deal with requests every day, we were provided with $2 million to deal with food packages. As I said last week, if you work out a package at minimum of $2,000, you can help 1,000 people. For most of us, we have exhausted those funds. There is a direct need now for greater assistance to persons on the ground through their representatives. I know the budgetary constraints. The CDF allocates $20 million annually. We are again calling for upfront for half of that to be forwarded so that MPs can respond in a meaningful way to persons on the ground who are facing dire straits. Two questions to the Minister. You spoke a lot about the bank accounts. I know of a number of instances of persons who have applied on behalf of their parents, for example, for a compassionate grant. So the TRN of the bank account which is provided would not be consistent with the TRN of the applicant because the person doesn't have a bank account. Now, in a case like this, based on what you have explained, the system would essentially bounce that person because there's an inconsistency. But this is a person in need. Now, how do we treat with persons in that category who are genuinely in need, who need the funds? Can those be directed to a remittance? First, second, the household helpers. The minister spoke about the household helper union. Is it that the only household helpers who can benefit are those who are part of the union? Or if you are not part of the union, how would you go about verifying that you are in fact a household helper and you have in fact lost your job? I don't know what percentage of household helpers are actually part of the union. I don't know. but I don't think it would represent the majority of household helpers, and many of them are in need. So is there any other mechanism, whether it be through the employer, who could verify that this person actually worked with me and I had to lay her off for those circumstances, right? We are, you keep saying about the ID. If we want the ID, then bring it on. I mean, it's 1 year since the ruling. Bring the legislation, bring the regulations here. We have had only one consultation on it since then. But you keep talking about the ID. We're ready to cooperate. Right? No, we were always ready. It's the court that found the thing unconstitutional. But you keep saying NIDS, and you haven't brought anything to the Parliament. But I ask those questions, Mr. Speaker.
Reverend Tweet. Please, your mic is not working. Double check. Just double check if your mic is working.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister say whether in the consignment of the compassionate grants through the remittance services, whether a fee will be exacted, and in respect of the opportunity for opening bank accounts, will the minister say whether the banks have agreed on this contracted procedure for the opening of bank accounts? As he well knows, it's very, very difficult, particularly for people of limited means, to do so. Further to that, I'm wishing to direct the minister's attention to the assistance for persons with disabilities, reminding the minister that we're probably talking about, if we took a fraction of the 15% of the population who are disabled, we're probably talking in excess of 100,000 who would have made an application. Does the minister's database and data mining give us an indication of who are the disabled people, perhaps correlating that with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security? And the reason I ask is because my own experience in central Kingston is that there is an acute need for food by people who are experiencing disabilities, and for help with medication that is not covered by the National Health Fund, by the health card. Many disabled persons, will the minister concede, get help supplementary to whatever they get elsewhere from non-government organizations who are themselves not in a position to continue that. And therefore, would he recommend to the best offices of the Ministry of Labour the consideration that a vehicle for remitting some of this money could be through reputable non-government organizations, the Society for the Blind, the Society for the Deaf, those with mental disabilities. It is heartening that 40 million is being made available, Mr. Speaker, but with the greatest of respect, that isn't going to serve too long and requires our special attention if those who are most vulnerable are not to suffer inordinately.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Oh, Jesus.
We raise this issue among our feet. If a point of order, two members can be on the feet at the same time. I raised this issue earlier on, and I draw the attention to the House as it relates to statement by ministers. The minister makes a 12-minute statement. The opposition spokesperson makes a 5-minute statement. All the members are at liberty to ask questions in relationship to the statement made by the minister. But not that every member of the House can get up and debate it. The questions relating to what was said by the minister or for clarification, but not for all of us making statement on it. I draw your attention again, Mr. Speaker, to stand in order. It must be observed.
Mr. Speaker, every single issue that I have raised has had an interrogative. That which you have heard is evident of a constipated mind.
Point of order. A point of order.
There is not one aspect that the minister is not able to answer.
Point of order.
Mr. Warmington.
This is the last person to take his rudeness and impertinence to this house. Don't let me take you on now. Okay? Please don't. You have too much thing in a glass house. Don't throw stone. And I can start talking right now. And you run through the door. You personally run through the door and start talking about your glass house. You know that. You have too many things in the closet hiding that you can talk about, that we all know about. So please, don't take the rudeness here. I'm saying that questions, that you ask questions of the minister not making statement, and this guy is going to be rude. You ask questions as a standing orders. So follow the standing orders, I'm saying, and you know better than that too. This is not the repair of the Trinity Church.
Mr. Speaker.
All the houses and good
Mr. Speaker. I don't think the House needs to descend into where we are. But on the matter that the member rose on as to what the standing orders speak to, you cannot have a hard and fast rule where it concerns matters that are important as this, that the nation needs to know about. And Mr. Speaker, I think you have been given sufficient guidance in terms of how you approach it. So for the member to get up and say we are going to stick slavishly to the standing orders in an important and critical matter of crisis that is affecting the country, I don't think you should or ought to entertain him in that particular matter.
Dr. Guy, it is important that we follow the standing orders. It is within the discretion of the Speaker to give leverage, yes, but I think Mr. Warmington is quite correct in reminding us what the standing orders says. And therefore it is within my powers to determine whether or not you can go a little beyond. Mr. Reverend Tweet.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond? May I respond? First of all, I studiously avoided naming anyone. If, however, comments that I made were adopted by or considered to be in relation to the particular person, I wish no insult to be passed, and I do withdraw those comments. I was studiously careful in what I did, and I insist that the questions I'm asking, each one of them is a question. If indeed you are telling me that I can only ask one question, then indeed I shall enlarge my prose so that it encompasses all of the issues that are needed. I think that the issues to do with the disabled are particularly important because no one, either I or anyone else, can speak for them only. They need a voice, and I have asked the questions which I have been asked by their representatives to put forward, and I do not think that I'm in breach of any standing orders. Thank you very much.
Minister Clark, you want to take all the questions?
Mr. Speaker, just responding to the questions that have been asked so far. In relation to the reopening of the compassionate grant, I just want to share a brief statement that I had made or put in the public domain at the time of the closure. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly share the concern expressed not just by opposition members, but by government members as well about the closure of the compassionate grant applications under the CARE program after we had about 402,000 applications. So, at 402,000, there's no processing of payments anywhere in Jamaica at any point in our history that has come even close to 402,000. Right? So it's testing the capacities of all of our systems. Despite the unprecedented number of applications for the compassionate grant, we recognize that there still could be more persons who may wish to seek assistance from this vital part of the CARE program. And therefore, we intend to review a possible reopening of applications for the compassionate grant after resolving the following. The first is that as I said at the time, it will take time to process the large number of applications already in hand. The verification process is a two-way process, and in some of the questions that were asked, I'm going to allude to that, where text messages and emails will be sent out to applicants, and they may have to go on application and adjust things. As everyone will agree, verification is essential, but there are fixed capacity limits for that kind of interaction. We have gotten the call center, the customer care center services free of charge from Southern Global, as I mentioned earlier. There are a fixed number of agents. There's a certain volume that they can handle per unit time. We need to break it down. If I kept it open and we had to process everybody at once, the capacity limitations would come even faster. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the compassionate grant allows applicants to choose to receive payments through remittance companies. At the time I made the statement, 158,000 applicants had requested payment by remittance, which requires physical collection with photo ID and application reference number. The prospect of 158,000 persons queuing to receive payment from remittance companies, which they must get in cash, they can't leave it like a bank account, because anything that is uncollected after a certain time, Auditor General is going to require that it comes back. So the logistics challenges and the health challenges, we want to work out in a pragmatic way and develop an efficient process for applicants to collect before the number, it's already extremely large, but before that number gets even larger, we want to ensure that we have a pragmatic way of collecting. And then the third, Mr. Speaker, is that in the budget, I'd have carved out $10.5 billion that we use to finance the CARE program. Now, when you consider the additional amount for the PATH program and the amounts for the tourism grants, what we want to do is to make sure we have the assurance that all who apply and are eligible and are positively verified, that we know that they will be paid. To have that assurance, it's not prudent, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as Minister of Finance, regardless of how much it is obviously seen as desirable from one perspective, for us to run too far ahead of the space reserved for this expenditure. Best practices in public financial management require that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service seek parliamentary approval prior to allowing the expected grant payout to too far exceed the amount. You would equally criticize me if I came in the budget and I said 10.5 and then I came back to you and told you I had commitments far in excess of that. So what we have done is, yes, there is some latitude to go above, but we want to ensure that the amount by which we go above is moderate prior to coming back to Parliament and seeking formal approval for Mr. Speaker. And that you can understand here we're sort of balancing, best practices in public financial management, which I think are essential, with what we certainly recognize as a justified call for other persons to have the opportunity to benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, after tabling and approval of the upcoming supplementary budget, we will review the application window for the compassionate grant. But until then, Mr. Speaker, we hope that the emphasis will be on the fact that shortly the CARE program will deliver assistance to hundreds of thousands, potentially up to just under 500,000 Jamaicans, which would be the broadest and the largest and the deepest social intervention in Jamaica's history, organized in a very short space of time, Mr. Speaker. So that's in response to the question of reopening. In the question with respect to channeling more funds through parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, that is something I can definitely identify with as a member of Parliament, and indeed I don't think that would be an unpopular suggestion in this House. We will entertain that idea and at a later date, make a determination within the context of the overall envelope of what can be done. We have to, though, member, you'd, I think, agree with me that a system of ensuring that funds are spread wide and that the same people are not benefiting on multiple occasions, having a system that provides that level of assurance would give a much greater degree of confidence. With the online platform, we can be assured by virtue of TRN, unless people want to commit acts that would get them into trouble, we can be assured that once a person benefits, unless it is intended for them to benefit again, they won't be able to. Through the parliamentary process, we don't have that level of assurance. So I would love to see how we can talk offline about ways in which we can assure that if we go through the members of parliament, we can have greater degree of assurance, shall we say, in the distribution process. With respect to the question on bank accounts, it is the case, and I know of instances myself, where persons have applied for a compassionate grant and have put their aunt's bank account, or their mother's or their grandmother's, or the reverse, they put their children's bank accounts. Those persons will they will receive a message if they're eligible, saying they're eligible for a compassionate grant. When it comes time to distribute the payment, they will get a message saying that the bank account is not eligible or something like that, because it has to be in the same name, or else the KYC stuff is not going to work. At that point, they will have the option of going back to the platform, or they could do it now if they so chose, and apply. They don't have to punch in their names again. They just say, pay me by remittance. And then the timing would come in the next batch of payments, right? So the payments would be in batches, and they'll be notified when it is to come. With respect to the question on household helpers, Mr. Speaker, we have to work with established bodies who there is a reasonable expectation that they can provide authentic verification and verification with some degree of integrity. Having umbrella organizations do it rather than individuals clearly much more advantageous, and the Jamaica Household Workers Union has established itself. They represent a lot of. I can't give you a precise number how many members they have, but they would do the interrogation or the verification. I should have mentioned that one of the things that we will ensure that persons who benefit sign up for NIS, and that is not to necessarily take things away from them. That is to ensure that when they come to retire, there is some level of income from the public purse, from the pension system for them. So that's how it's a two-way street working with the Jamaica Household Workers Union. With respect to the member from Central Kingston, the question on the remittance fee. Mr. Speaker, there is a charge to deliver the service. We negotiated with all of the remittance companies, and we got them down to bare bones, meaning the charge is going to be $55. The normal charge, for those of you who know, for remittances is like $200 or $150 or so. So a charge of $55 is a third in some cases, a quarter in other cases, of the usual charges for remittances. Mr. Speaker, we thought long and hard about whether the government should take up that cost for itself. And fiscally, that would be something that the government could do and would be prepared to do. However, the disadvantage of it is that we are going to have to reconcile the funds that are transferred to the remittance companies against the funds that they themselves transfer to beneficiaries. And, auditors and so on will require that those balance. If we have transferred $10,000, $100 to remittance company, they have to show that they paid $1 to 100 people, or they paid $99 to $1 to 99 people, and therefore they have to return $1 to the government. That reconciliation for the kind of volumes that we're talking about is far easier with a whole number of 10,000 than it would be for a number of 9,945. And for that simple practical and pragmatic reason of bureaucratic efficiency, Mr. Speaker, we decided that the $55 is better paid on the recipient end, and the reconciliation will just be with a round number of $10,000. With respect to the large numbers of persons living with disabilities, I'm aware of those numbers, member. What we're saying here is that many persons will have benefited or will benefit from the compassionate grant, which will be, it's a far easier process because it's automatic. It just goes to your bank account. There will be many persons living with this, range of disabilities is wide, and there will be many persons living with disabilities who can easily go into the online system, sign up, and get their benefit. And in fact, I think tens of thousands will receive through that route. And if you had a preference, that is going to be the easier way to receive the benefit. With the provision we're making here, we're saying we recognize that there are some members of the community of persons living with disability for whom that method of receiving their grant, though it is much more efficient, is going to be problematic for them. An example would be that, well, I don't want to go through examples. You can construct examples in your head. So we are creating parallel channels for persons who cannot, the online channel and going is not practical. And therefore, we're not providing for the entire universe of persons with disabilities. We're making provision for the subset of persons who will find it difficult to access the online system. And your suggestion of distributing through NGOs and so on is a very appropriate one. We are absolutely planning, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Labour, but our discussion, shall we say, have involved having them work with NGOs and church groups in helping to identify some of these persons. The only thing is that we want to have the TRNs so we can check the TRNs to make sure that, persons are receiving for the first time.
Mr. Bunty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I just start with a procedural question. Minister, in this COVID time, we are encouraging members who don't need to be here to stay home so that we have more social distancing as is recommended. But when a statement like this is not put on the agenda, which was just sent out late yesterday evening, I'm sure the opposition spokesman on finance would have stayed. He was here earlier, and he would have stayed had he had notice that this statement was going to be made. And I'm sure he didn't just make it a half hour ago or an hour ago. So, didn't decide to do it a half an hour ago. So, may I just suggest that we try and get the actual things on the agenda that we circulate so that members can make an informed decision who want to participate, at least until we make arrangements for the remote participation. So, Minister, I don't recall if you were here last week when we were, I was mentioning to the Prime Minister that there are persons who have been out of work now for 6 weeks or so. Persons who worked in bars, clubs, places of entertainment, for example, were closed from March 18th. And those persons should qualify for either, I'm not sure whether it's BEST or Set Cash, one of those fortnightly grant programs. Now, it is at a time like this when we realize the level of informality and how many people don't have the documentation. And the government likes to say, well, if only we had NIDS, some of these identification problems could be solved. But we do have a system that we've invested a tremendous amount in. It's called the Electoral Office of Jamaica's ID. This is the one ID that I'm certain is not duplicated. The fingerprints are cross-matched to ensure that there's no two, or that the same person can't vote twice. It's cross-matched in the database. This database is electronically available to private sector as well as the public sector. So it can be easily verified, even if somebody were to, prepare a fake ID. or some kind of counterfeit ID, because you can get the digital database accessible. Banks pay for it all the time to use as part of the identity verification. So given that this is really not a scheme designed to ensure tax compliance or anything, this is to get to the most vulnerable, who will be the ones who will likely have the most problems verifying their IDs. But most of them, once they're adults, have their EOG ID, which is already biometrically verified, cross-matched fingerprints. Can't we find some allowance for those persons already 6 weeks out of employment to be able to access these grants for which they would otherwise qualify except for not having an acceptable ID? Why can't we use this Electoral Office of Jamaica ID as one of the acceptable IDs? Minister, I join with the colleagues in saying that the 2 million which we could use through the CDF is appreciated. But in a constituency with 60,000 persons, many thousands who have not been working for the last 6 weeks, it is a drop in the bucket. So I join in my colleagues' call for asking for you to look at increasing that without affecting the overall budget by just making a bigger allocation from the CDF. In fact, it almost, unless we can deal with the welfare issues and the basic needs, some of the things we used to spend on really doesn't make any sense. There's no problem, there's no point rather in paying school fees if the child is hungry and can't participate in learning effectively. So I join the call and ask you to look at that without impacting the overall structure of the budget. And the final concern I have, Minister, I think we should use, or let me put it this way, may I suggest that we use the structures of government, of elected officials, to distribute whatever welfare packages we can. Either government agencies or elected officials or established NGOs, the Food for the Poor, the Red Cross, whatever their appropriate is. But I'm fearful when we see these foundations springing up and distributing food packages through government or the party that forms the government's caretakers in the constituencies and the parishes. I think we're sending the wrong signal, and I think we're in danger of politicizing this. Sorry? So I would suggest that we be very careful. I don't want to knock anybody who uses their initiative to seek private sector sponsorship to distribute. But clearly the Prime Minister or the wife of the Prime Minister would have access that the rest of us would not have to corporate entities, etc. So I say this sincerely because I don't want us to descend into what would seem to be, really old-time food politics, and suggest that we really examine the agencies that we use, these new foundations that are springing up over the last couple of months to do this thing is really, something that we should be careful about.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the member from Central Manchester for the questions and comments. With respect to the procedure, I definitely concede that this was not on the agenda, and I didn't get a chance to inform the opposition spokesperson. The explanation is that up to 2 o'clock today. No, I'm just sharing. I mean, the standing orders, I'm just in the spirit of the yeah. So just to the up to 2 o'clock today, I had no intention, and there was no statement that was drafted. Had a conversation with the PM, who thought it would be a good idea to update, and that was when I prepared it. I got here at 3:30 or thereabouts. I went upstairs, got it printed. I came into the chamber at 4, and that is just the reality. So it was not intended, if you understand what I'm saying. I didn't understand the comments with respect to IDs. Indeed, the electoral ID is the ID that we're going to expect a lot of people to use to collect the grant from the remittance companies. And when I alluded to the fact that some people don't have IDs and we want to work with agencies to help to expedite the provision of IDs, I was sort of referring to the... Okay, so the TRN is a unique identifier across, and the reason why we have to use a TRN member is that, remember, a number of them depend on your employment status. So if you tell us that you're unemployed, we have to check. And the TAJ maintains a database of certainly all the formally employed persons. And so they can check that database. Also, some grants are for persons on the lower income scale who earn less than $1.5 million. Again, a TRN is what allows us to verify that. If we didn't have that, then persons who earn more could apply for and qualify, and it would be to the disadvantage of those who are at the lower income threshold. So we have to use a TRN. With respect to the electoral ID, as I was starting to say, I expect that that will be used as the identification for the collection of remittances. And where persons don't have identification, we're going to see if the AOJ will make themselves available. Clearly, you can't just get an ID in 2 hours. You have to go, because of the biometric, the fingerprints and so on, it takes some time. But we're hoping that those who have no ID at all will be able to get that identification or any other state identification that allows them to collect their remittance. Yeah? We made a thing for the bars and others to say the things that we require, we give you until April 30th to get. So we never drew the curtain down. So bars that were operating without paying for their license, for example, having no license arrangements. After discussions with many representatives, what we said, okay, you may not have had your license in place, but we give you until the 30th of April to go to the tax office and pay for your license. Now, some of these licenses cost a few $1,000s. So they're very reasonable requests to say, go and pay your license for a few $1,000s and make yourself eligible to collect a grant from the government worth significantly more. So we made that accommodation. With respect to your support for a reorganization of the funds available in the CDF to make more funds available during this COVID time, again, I think that those are reasonable things that we can consider and at a later point make some announcement on. I would, however, I think it's very important as well. I mean, you know that those at the constituency level, we want to make sure that funds reach persons in need who may not necessarily be connected to the political organization in a particular constituency. One way to do that is for us, in the same way that you have to submit TRNs when the Ministry of Labor has a particular program, and you have to submit the TRNs. What we'd love to do here is that you submit TRNs online, and we can check. I mean, you write the TRN down anyway, and your constituency secretary puts it in an envelope and sends it to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That's how they prepare checks. we could make the process a lot more efficient, that the TRNs are entered electronically, and that would allow us to say, wait a minute, this person received X and Y. Why not, if we're going to go through the parliament, members of parliament, let us try and reach people first who haven't received anything. And then those who have received already can come after them. So if we can work towards something like that, then surely I think that we can, make use of the parliamentary network to channel grants and benefits to people. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
The point is, Minister, I have no problem with getting the identification and getting a proper accounting and avoiding duplication so that people don't collect one place and collect from another, etc. And if you even need, have an SDC or some other agency, poor relief, or somebody to do the verification. But I guess the point I'm trying to emphasize, I'm not sure you're getting, is that those who are most vulnerable are the ones who will be least likely to have a TRN. Persons, we euphemistically say persons of unsound mind. Now, that might, address a range of disabilities, let's say, for persons who, for what you can't function in the formal system. But they are functioning in a practical way. And therefore, they are the most vulnerable, and they are the ones who should be benefiting at this time. Often they live from the charity of their community, of their neighbors, but the community itself, the persons who would be helping them out, are now struggling on their own. So, I shouldn't say strangely, but interestingly, most of these people have a voter's ID. At some point, once, in their career, in their lives, they would have gotten a voter's ID. So it's the ID that's not duplicated. It's a unique identifier. So I'm just suggesting to you, for these type of welfare payments, where they're small amounts. A food care package is $3,000, something like that. You don't have to worry about what tax you might be foregoing from that person. But the idea is to get them something because it is urgent. For 6 weeks, some businesses have been closed down. I certainly am feeling the pressure in my constituency. I'm sure we all are. It's not a unique situation. So I'm saying to make it easy to get to those most vulnerable people at the bottom by using, if you have to use an ID for verification, and I understand for reconciliation and ensuring that the thing isn't abused, you want some unique identifier. But I think the EOJ is the closest we have to a very good proxy for that right now, the EOJ ID. And let's use that instead of the TRN for these very small welfare benefits. And I don't think much will be lost from a control point of view if we use that ID.
Okay, so it's certainly the case that TRNs are not universally available. And we've had discussions on this side. The member from Clarendon, Central Clarendon, is one who has made that very same point to me about the fact that you need a birth certificate or something, some other paper to get a TRN, and many people don't have birth certificates. So we recognize that TRNs are not universally available. I just repeat what I said a while ago. For the benefits that require income levels and so forth, there's no compromise there. You have to have TRN. But remember that the CARE program doesn't have a single distribution system. It has multiple distribution systems to try and reach a broad audience. So in addition to the sort of online CARE platform, which is reaching a fairly wide audience, the person that you're talking about who don't even have a TRN and so forth, we have channeled funds through the members of parliament, which you're arguing should be more, $189 million, and we have channeled $150 million to the Poor Relief Department, who are working with persons in shelters, the kinds of descriptions you gave a while ago, persons in shelters, persons who are homeless, and there's no TRN or even identification that's required. That's just $150 million going to the Ministry of Local Government, and they have to use their system, the systems that they normally have, to purchase, and I believe the minister has made announcements on this, purchase care packages and get them to the people at the very, very bottom of the society by socioeconomic measures who don't possess, identification or are not even inclined to move in that direction. So your point is well taken, and what I'd say is the multimodal distribution that we're using, in homage to my friend from Central Carolina, right? The multimodal distribution system, we're expecting to cover as wide a group as possible. But if we go with the increased allocation to CDF, I want to have that conversation about having a mechanism to make sure it's broad and we don't have double up, where we can verify that unique and different people are benefiting. On the point what you made on the foundation, though, member, I don't know if I am, but since I'm on my feet, anything that involves state funds are going through state entities, meaning through, being paid by the accountant general in the case of the CARE program, from the Ministry of Labor in the case of the disabilities or the PATH, to the Ministry of Local Government in the case of the Poor Relief program, and through MICAF in the case of the farmers. You might be sort of, they always say when you talk about things, you have to bring the evidence here. So I don't want to, you might be referring to something else and I'm responding to something else, and there's a little danger there, Okay, so let me leave it alone. But I would say at this time of when we are working together to cater to the needs of persons who have been affected by this COVID-19 pandemic and affected, significantly in some way, in some cases where people have lost income and so on. The spirit with which we have had this conversation today, I hope, can be maintained. That we approach this from a point of common purpose. The CARE program is a national program and one that everybody has an opportunity to benefit from. And I thank members, Mr. Speaker, for their comments and for their questions as we work to refine it and make it. Oh, sorry, another question.
Yeah, just quickly. Minister, I would imagine, given the measures that we've taken, I would imagine that when you come shortly to talk to update in the supplemental budget, that we'll be looking at the revenues and where that has been since the budget has been passed. Also, I would imagine that the issues with the foreign exchange or balance of payments issues. You have approached the IMF, I'm advised, we're told. Could you say what is the nature of that approach? Is it simply budget support, other kinds of issues, and what are we to expect and to anticipate in response to that approach to the IMF?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me? All right. The question I have for you, because one of the things we got was the $2 million for the COVID relief, which could be used for sanitation and for care packages. There was also another allocation for water. Those of us who are in rural constituencies, and I imagine in some urban areas, are having serious water shortages. And I can tell you that the parish councils some of them only have one water truck. So we depend on private subcontractors to deliver water. Minister, it costs for one load of water to go to a parish tank, $20,000. And if you are doing house to house, it costs $25,000. So on any given day, especially when you go up into the hills, is a $50,000 trucking cost you look for on water. $1 million will last you a month in a constituency like mine. I don't know what it is costing Southwest St. Anne, but I can assume that it is costing about, because you have a bauxite constituency and water don't run in certain places up there, sir. What I'm saying to you is, in the projections for how long this shutdown, lockdown, is going to take, especially with curfews. When you look at the allocations, whether or not you're choosing to put more on giving members of parliament, you have to consider water, because we have to be able to keep persons in a position to be hygienic and to be sanitary. So I would cause you to think in that direction, Minister. I would also say to the Prime Minister that in the urban areas and even in rural areas, in your deliberations, there should be some consideration as to whether or not the NWC should be pursuing lockoffs at this time, unless it is something that is urgent in terms of a pipe being busted or definite leakages. In my mind, they do not need to be doing retroactive work that are spending to fix something that does not need to be fixed right now. Because a lot of communities, you get the notices that there will be water lockoffs from this point to our next point. Also, if they're taking out water pumps, tell them to leave the people them water pump for the time being. Thank you.
Jackson.
Short and simple question. These grants, which are to assist in desperate times for very needy persons, the disbursements will be going to persons' accounts, not in checks, right? Or remittances. Will these withdrawals or receipt by the recipients attract fees from the banks for which they will be paid?
Mr. Speaker, the member, my neighbor, constituency neighbor, you went way outside of the boundaries with that one. Those are questions for another day. Today we're talking about the CARE program. In the supplementary, yes, we will clearly lay out the projections for revenues for the remainder of the year based on best judgment on given what has transpired to date and our projections for GDP growth for this year. And at that time as well, I will comment on the rapid financing instrument that we have applied for access to with the IMF. By the time of the supplementary, it may be approved by then, and a lot more information will be in the public domain. But yes, during the supplementary, we will address that. With respect to the member from South East St. Anne, your point is taken. And when we come to address this matter of allocation to the CDF, it's a point that we can take into consideration. Yes, you may have been out when we were discussing the fees that will be paid at the remittance companies. You will know that the normal fee to receive a remittance is in the region of $150 or $200 or thereabouts. We are able to negotiate with the remittance companies, and that fee has been slashed to $55. So persons receiving a compassionate grant of $10,000, there'll only be a $55 fee. That fee was disclosed, or is disclosed on the website, so on application, every applicant would be aware, because the $55 fee is disclosed to them. I was saying when you were out that while fiscally the government could afford to absorb that fee, it would complicate the reconciliation process. And we want to have a tidy and quick reconciliation. The funds that we transfer to the remittance companies, we need to reconcile against the funds that they pay out to beneficiaries. And you'll understand reconciling in units of 10,000 is much easier than reconciling in units of 9,955 or 45. Yeah. With respect to the financial institutions, from my general knowledge of the fees that they charge. If funds are withdrawn through electronic channels, fees are, in some cases zero, and in other cases quite minimal. If persons go into the branch to collect, then the fees are going to be higher. And there is what the financial institutions are trying to do is to incentivize persons to use other channels available, which leads to greater productivity in the society if people use, the ATM channel and other channels.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a gambling man, but I have a running bet that I will be 12 minutes with my presentation.
Record. A record.
Mr. Speaker, before I start the clock on the 12 minutes, just a preliminary comment. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the rules of the House, and I've said this before, at some time in the future, maybe when the new parliament is constructed, because there will be life after COVID, that we may have to adjust the rules of the House, because there are so many matters coming to the House which has to be addressed in such a limited period of time. And I am not one to want in any way to muzzle members from asking their questions and digging for answers, as it is the role of the Parliament to do, but it is also the role of the Parliament to get through the business of the country. And the last time we were here up until almost 11. And then before that, it was that time period that we ended. Mr. Speaker, even though we would have had a comprehensive press conference yesterday, I still thought it prudent and respectful of the Parliament that I address the COVID-related matters here. It has now been approximately 7 weeks since our first confirmed case of COVID-19, and we are now moving into the third phase of the epidemic. For some 5 weeks, we did very well and managed to prevent spread, resulting in 73 cases confirmed up to April 13th. Then we had a spike arising from a workplace cluster in St. Catherine. As a result of this, we took decisive measures to contain the spread within the parish of St. Catherine and to reduce the risk of a similar occurrence at other BPO facilities. These measures appear to have been successful so far, as the number of new cases, excluding those related to the BPO cluster, have been relatively modest. Of the 364 cases confirmed up to yesterday, and I have not had today's numbers as yet, 191 are employees of the workplace cluster, and 37 are contacts of the employees. Therefore, approximately 63%, or 228 cases, of the total cases in Jamaica are related to one cluster. Which would mean, just by extrapolation, that currently, if you were to take that cluster out, we would have 136 cases coming from the 73 at the 13th of April, which would put us in good standing. We would be on a more than a 15-day curve in terms of doubling. So we would be on a good trajectory if you were to just take out that one cluster. Over 1,500 workers and their contacts from the workplace have been interviewed and traced. Over 1,500. Of these, 204 persons have been isolated and quarantined. We have been advised that approximately 300 persons are still being contacted and traced. So they have outstanding about 300 persons that they need to make contact with. We have therefore extended the 24-hour curfew and related measures in relation to St. Catherine to 6 a.m. on Friday, May 1st, to allow for the completion of the contact tracing process. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I want to thank the people of St. Catherine for their understanding and for their compliance. It is not easy to comply with some of these measures because of the time frame for shopping and movement, and then to have people locked up, forgive that term, but to have people inside their homes and their quarters for such an extended period of time without the liberty to move about as they feel. But, Mr. Speaker, it is in the public's good. It is in their interest and in the national interest. And from what I have seen, I have gone into St. Catherine, I have toured, and I have seen where there is a great level of compliance, particularly on the no movement days. The shopping days are always going to be a very difficult task because particularly for Portmore, as the members who are here from Portmore, well, one member here from Portmore, many of the Portmore residents would have shopped in Kingston when they are coming from work. Not having that possibility means that you have more numbers shopping, huge numbers actually, shopping in Portmore, and that would have accounted for some of the bungling that you would have seen in trying to access shopping. Just to repeat, there are some people who feel that the purpose of the 24-hour curfew and the no movement orders would have been defeated by people moving about and not following the social distancing when they're lining up to access service. No one could argue that point, but the issue is now we are taking a risk-based approach to the management and containment. So whilst you couldn't say absolutely that you would have prevented spread on a risk-based approach, you would have certainly significantly reduced the spread. Certainly you would have reduced people going into Portmore, and you would have contained by keeping in those who are not moving because they are not considered to be part of the essential services or the exempted group moving, and they would have stayed put. So you would have definitely reduced, not absolutely, but significantly, any spread out of St. Catherine and spread internally. And the numbers, Mr. Speaker, would show this because approximately, my recollection is that approximately 63% of the cases in Portmore are related to the cluster. I don't have the exact Portmore numbers with me, but I do have the percentage. And the Portmore, the St. Catherine number is growing, but it is not growing in a significant way outside of the numbers that we have that are specifically related to the cluster. And when you look at the rest of Jamaica, yes, the numbers are growing, but they are not growing in terms of rate of growth. If you were to, I don't have the graph with me, but I keep abreast of it, it is still tracking on the projected curve. In other words, if you were to take out the workplace cluster, the island is still tracking on the curve that we had projected, which would have been an 8-day curve. So we are not doing too badly except for that cluster. And my own view is that the efforts that have been made are fairly successful. We have given it some more time to ensure that they can do the additional contact tracing. And we should be able to recover and stabilize from that one cluster. So, Mr. Speaker, for the record, let me offer my sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Jody and Ferran, whose death in tragic circumstances has disturbed, alarmed, and saddened the entire nation. A duty of care was owed to Jodian, and this was not executed. This does not represent the principles on which our government and country is built. As outlined in the statement by the Minister of Health, the government will conduct a full investigation into the circumstances, and I pledge the full support of the government to the family at this difficult time. We as a people must never allow this epidemic to cause us to lose sight of our humanity. All credible predictions of the future trajectory of the global pandemic suggest that COVID-19 is going to be with us at least until a vaccine has been developed and is widely available. From the beginning of this crisis, we have pursued a strategy that is measured, evidence-based, and situationally appropriate, focused on both saving lives and securing livelihoods. We have to curtail high-risk, non-essential activities while accepting some degree of risk to allow productive economic activities.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the time for sitting be extended, now being 7:20, to enable us to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the House.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Prime Minister.
We have to curtail, thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you members for extending the time. We have to curtail high-risk, non-essential activities while accepting some degree of risk to allow productive economic activities to continue. This is precisely the approach we have employed with the BPO sector. We have therefore allowed critical activities that support services such as the banking sector, the health sector, telecommunications, and global logistics to continue in a controlled environment based on standards and inspection, while allowing the industry time to reconfigure their operations to mitigate the risks going forward. As a country, we have to begin to prepare for the reality of learning to coexist with the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus COVID-19. And this we will have to do for some time to come. We have to transition, therefore, to a new normal in which we are able to maintain the functioning of our economy while keeping safe through practicing social distance, hand washing, wearing of masks, isolating if ill with flu-like or respiratory symptoms, and paying particular attention to the vulnerable, while also finding ways to maintain social contact with our family and friends through telecommunications and other technologies. We must exercise personal responsibility for a more ordered and structured society to allow for some level of economic activity. And I believe Jamaicans from all walks of life are doing this. Slowly but surely, we are demonstrating our strength and resilience and are adjusting and doing our best to adapt to the new reality. Unlike other countries in the region, Jamaica did not lock down our economy. The measures we have taken to secure our health have been evidence-based. They have been measured, and they have been situationally appropriate. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, they have kept the economy going. But there is no question that they have had an impact on economic activity. The economy is not operating now at capacity. The truth is that some of our measures would have impacted economic activity, but others were beyond our control. For example, the closing down of the cruise ship industry, the closing down of the tourism industry generally, totally beyond our control. Exactly. But for example, the measures that we have taken for the BPO industry would have some economic impact. I'm certain that the Minister of Finance would start to see some BPOs appearing on the list of persons seeking the various grants having been laid off. But that is the stark reality of the situation, that we have to take public health measures that do have some economic impact. The question is, how do we minimize the economic impact, and how long do we have these measures in place? So the government has to be constantly assessing the economic impact. And our assessment, Mr. Speaker, is that so far the impact is temporary, but that could easily change. So the government has to be constantly examining the situation and adjusting accordingly. If, however, we keep our business and economy operating at significantly below capacity for much longer, we not only prolong the challenges for people whose jobs are affected, but their employers, Mr. Speaker, will begin to see the future with uncertainty, and that could entrench long-term decisions that could have negative economic impacts. At the micro level of each business and at the macro level of the nation as a whole, we must develop rational strategies to bounce back from this shock. As difficult as COVID-19 has been and continues to be, there will be life after COVID, and we need to start preparing for that future today. We must resolve as a country to use this crisis as an opportunity to reconfigure our economy to emerge stronger after the crisis. Some areas we need to address would be: number one, being able to know our citizens and plan for their needs. To uniquely identify every citizen will ensure that we are better able to prepare, plan, and protect them. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, to give a brief update, the NIDS policy has been approved, the consultations were done, and the policy is now with the CPC, and a draft bill is being prepared that will, further through that process, will come to Parliament and then will come to Cabinet, rather, approved at the Legislation Committee, and then finally will come to Parliament. We are putting this on a fast track because we see how very important it is to have identification as a means of being able to give support, protection, and to help with order in the society. Mr. Speaker, increasingly, financial inclusion through providing every citizen with a bank account is becoming important. This is a prerequisite to allowing every citizen the opportunity to undertake transactions electronically without being physically present. And Mr. Speaker, when we see the pictures circulating of persons standing in line to pay taxes and fees to the government, I called the Minister of Finance, was it last week Friday, and we had a long discussion, and we looked at the fees and taxes and other services that are offered at the tax office, and almost all of them could be offered online. Not all of them could be completed online because you may have to go and pick up, for example, the registration disc for the motor vehicle. But you could start the process online, and then the only thing you would need is just to go and pick it up. It's mailed. Same thing with your driver's license. So there is a cultural shift that needs to take place, and we have to use this crisis to appeal to our people to use the online, the digital platforms. Many of them are not able to use digital interface. They might not be able to use the apps and the websites. Some of them don't have computers to access. But when we look at the statistic showing internet access and penetration, it is growing. But it all depends on how we as lawmakers signal the importance of this, that this is what it means to have a digital society. And I want to encourage all members of Parliament, when you're doing your own interface with your constituents, to appeal to them that in this time of epidemic, when you need to access service and you're putting yourself at risk in being in crowded places. Thank you for that reminder, member. I'll try to move a little bit faster. So, no, it just means that I will have to pay up on the bet. But all in good spirit. So, in this time of epidemic, when persons are putting themselves at risk to collect their remittance or collect their path check or their pension check, that all of this can easily be done online. And I take this opportunity to appeal to Jamaica, appeal to Jamaicans, utilize the online services. And if you don't have a bank account, as the Minister of Finance had pointed out, now is the time to get one. And the Minister, I'm certain, will at a later stage explain the processes that are in place to facilitate bank accounts. The other thing that we have to do in transforming our economy is improving broadband internet access in Jamaica. And Mr. Speaker, we have to put in place the required infrastructure to ultimately facilitate the provision of internet access as a public good. Today, I met with the NWA. The NWA has, what is it called, GovNet, which is a fiber optic cable that is creating a ring around the corporate area and other areas in close proximity. And I believe that they have some capabilities in the northern end of the island, but the island does not yet have a full public access fiber optic network. And what I've said to the NWA is that plan that they had, which they presented to me earlier this year, that they should bring that plan forward, because that is now a matter of urgency, that we need to now place some resources to ensure that the fiber optic cables that are necessary as the backbone infrastructure for a digital society to provide that broadband internet, so that the students in Portland, for example, who are now having difficulty in accessing the online education platforms, those in Eastern St. Thomas and Western St. Thomas that are having difficulty. I know that end of the island is having great difficulty, that these investments for fiber optics be brought forward and that we make them now. So this is a part of our economic recovery strategy, and that directive has been given. Mr. Speaker, we need to transform industries to enhance productivity and increase diversification. I think there are great opportunities now. And before, there used to be a question as to whether or not, tourism is making a significant impact on the economy. I think now there is no question about the impact of tourism, because once that revenues go, we are now also seeing the knock-on effect in agriculture, and we'll be soon feeling it in other areas, because already, because the income from tourism, from that tourism worker that percolates throughout the communities, that income is absent now, and it is having a drag effect on the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no question that we have to figure out a way to have our tourism industry up and running, even in the time of COVID. We have to figure that out. So the thought processes, our great minds, will have to be put to work to see how this can be done. in addition to doing things like finding new industries that we can develop. So the purpose of this presentation to the House is really to start to get us now to confront the fact that we have to figure out life with COVID and life after COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, agriculture as a great opportunity. Yes, it's a time of crisis, but it's a great opportunity now for us to look at our food security, for us to start to make investments in industrial-like agriculture so that we are able to produce staples and protein to supply our economy should there be any major or long-term interruption in the food supply chain, the logistics of the food supply chain that we depend on. Now is a great opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the distributive trade and the retail trade in Jamaica now is a great opportunity for them to change the way in which they have done business. For a very long time, the consumer has to go to the store. But what we have seen in other societies, certainly with the emergence of Amazon and other such entities, that the distributive trade, the retail trade has changed. Now the retail trade brings the store to the consumer on their computers or their phones. So now is the time for the distributive trade, the retail trade, to start to now set up the logistics of distribution. So when you start to look at this problem, Mr. Speaker, the crowds and everybody's crowding to go into the supermarket, there is a solution, which is an online solution, which would, Mr. Speaker, create more employment, greater efficiency. And, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we need to pursue. So, yes, it is a time of crisis, but it is also a time of opportunity for us to now put in place solutions that are not rocket science solutions. These are solutions that already exist, but just for the want of a little bit more effort and innovation to entrench these as now the new normal for how our society should operate. Mr. Speaker, in order to pursue these opportunities, we have established a public-private task force working within the framework of Jamaica's Partnership for Prosperity to chart a course for Jamaica's economic recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the members of the task force are Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, and he will chair the committee. The Honorable Audley Shaw, Minister of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, the Honorable Michael Lee Chin, Chairman of the Economic Growth Council, Professor Gordon Shirley, President of the Port Authority of Jamaica, Mr. Ivan Anderson, the President of NROC, Mr. Keith Duncan, President of the PSOJ, Mr. Lloyd Distant, President of the JCC, Mr. Richard Pandoe, President of the JMEA, Mr. Omar Robinson, President of the JHTA, Mr. Donovan Wignall, President of the MSME Alliance, Helen Davis White, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, Lenworth Fulton, President of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, Gloria Henry, President of the BPIAJ, that is the Business Process Industry Association of Jamaica, Joe Matalon, past President of the PSOJ, Chris Zaka, past President of the PSOJ, William Mafood, past President of the PSOJ, Nadine Spence, gender activist, Adam Stewart, hotelier, John Biles, tourism attraction operator, Professor Alvin Wint, formerly of the UWI, and a member of the partnership group, and Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, is there? Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify that this is a task force to ensure that the programs that are decided upon are implemented. So we have put in place within the cabinet the subgroup to discuss policy. We have to ensure that whatever the government is deciding to do, that is discussed with our partners in the private sector, because they are the ones who, by and large, will be executing policy. So there has to be some interface and discussion, and for them to have a formal mechanism to bring their solutions. So when they meet in the task force, it will be collaborative, it will be exploratory in some ways, but when decisions are made, you want to ensure that all the players and stakeholders that are necessary for the implementation of those decisions, that they are at the table and they understand their role in the decision and their duties as well. There is need for oversight, and I'm not wanting to accept that we have to create another oversight body. The partnership body is there. It's very comprehensive. It has the opposition, it has the church, it has a trade union, and that has been the role of the partnership body, even in the previous government, to give oversight. And it's inclusive, but it gives oversight to all the various task forces that have been put in place, whether it is EPOC or whichever one. The partnership would stand over and give oversight just to make sure that there is transparency in whatever actions these task forces are doing. Now, Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is one that we need to put focus on. Construction is an area where we can get quick projects going. We are therefore amending the Disaster Risk Management Order number 4 to allow for persons employed or contracted to undertake construction by any person or entity to whom a license or permit to carry out such construction is issued under any law to be included in the relevant exemption schedules under the Disaster Risk Management Order. So what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that the construction industry is now considered an exempted industry, and that they should be able to move about during the period of the curfew, subject to the rules, which would be that they are moving to go to work. They are going to do their duties on a construction site. It doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that they are not under the general health rules. So they are still required to wear a mask. They are still required to maintain social distance. They are still required, that is now the contractor or the employer, is required to provide at the work site the necessary hand washing and sanitization stations. In terms of gathering, it might be difficult on a construction site to enforce the gathering because of the nature of how construction work is. So we will not enforce the gathering rule of 10, but they must, in gathering, maintain the social distance. So on a construction site, there is usually enough space that you can you can maintain your 6 feet apart and even more. And if you have to work in close quarters, you should be properly masked, which they normally do. When I go on the construction sites, I see they have their T-shirt around their nose and mouth or so forth. Some of them do actually wear their mask. So it is an industry that we should not allow to be unnecessarily affected by the measures, and to have that industry return very quickly to economic activity. But this is especially for private, because in the original orders made, we had made some exemptions for public works. But now, Mr. Speaker, we definitely need to have the construction industry return to full functionality. But just to ensure that, again, it's about managing the risk. So I will be appointing a cross-ministerial task force to conduct site inspections to make sure that the orders are being followed in relation to the health requirements. Mr. Speaker, and I need to emphasize here that the contractors or the employers have a duty under the disaster risk management orders, that if they see someone on the site who is ill, especially with symptoms that are flu-like or respiratory symptoms, they should send them home. They have a duty. So they have to put in place the detection mechanism to ensure that the workers coming on their site are not coming with symptoms. The workers themselves have a duty, which all citizens have. If you are ill with respiratory illnesses and you have symptoms of that or flu-like symptoms, stay at home. Isolate yourself at home. And if you get to the point where you need medical attention and you have to leave your house, wear a mask, contact your health provider beforehand, and use private transportation. Mr. Speaker, I have directed all relevant agencies to carefully examine and assess their suite of projects, in particular those that are close to shovel-ready, with the aim of prioritizing projects that are best aligned with the economic recovery plan. Approval of any such project, of course, will be subject to the new supplementary estimates. Today, instructions were issued to the various permitting and approval agencies to use this low period of activity to clear up any project approval backlog that may exist. This will enable the private construction sector to increase the pace of their current activities. Mr. Speaker, it is a letter that is coming directly from me, and I will be following it up with phone calls to the municipal corporations, to NEPA, to NWA, to NWC, to the fire service, to make sure that all approvals that are needed to get the pipeline of projects flowing, that is done, because that is what we need now at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, the government of Jamaica has several levers. The Minister of Finance used one, which was a transfer lever in the CARE program. That is to use fiscal resources to support the vulnerable and the poor and those displaced. It has an economic economic benefit in that it places money into the economy and helps to increase demand, because this is a period where demand falls off. But the government also has a powerful lever in its hands for economic stimulus, which we don't always use, and that is efficient bureaucracy. If we are able to get our bureaucracy is no. No. Mr. Speaker, anyone who studies sociology will know that bureaucracy doesn't mean inefficiency. In fact, Max Weber, the father and study of bureaucracy in the German society, his view was that it was bureaucracy that built the society. Bureaucracy is not a bad thing. Inefficient bureaucracy is a bad thing. And that has been the problem. So Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, and I'm making a point here, Mr. Speaker, that for example, in the first phase of the COVID crisis, when there was significant panic and we had the work from home orders, persons who had completed real estate projects could not get their titles. And that one failure in the bureaucracy would have had knock-on impacts. Because if you can't get titles, you can't get payments, you can't pay the bills that you had accumulated with the hardware stores, and knock on right throughout the society. So, Mr. Speaker, we tasked Minister Vaz and the NLA, and they have developed what is called the simultaneous lodgement service, which allows for survey plans and application for splinter titles to be lodged and processed at the same time. The splinter titles can be produced in 40 working days. And I will have Minister Vaz go through in more detail when he presents the program. But, Mr. Speaker, to minimize delays, the applicant's attorney at law and commissioned land surveyor will need to be on standby to attend the office to make any corrections, alterations, or modifications to the documents and plans as needed to comply with the procedural and legal requirements of the Registration of Titles Act, the Land Surveyors Act, and any other relevant legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just one simple change in the bureaucracy. Just one simple change. But it will have a salutary effect. So, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding COVID, a number of public works projects are continuing apace. I've been assured that the St. Mary Junction Road project will be completed by the end of May. It is with great hesitation that I say this. It is end of May. Yeah, to be clear, the end of this May coming. Yes, to be clear. Next month, yes. I mean, it is with great hesitation, but I say it. So, Mr. Speaker, this was a trying project. I will tell you that no ends of headache with this project, but we're finally seeing some light there, and I'm assured by the head of the end of May, works on the Maypen to Williamsfield Highway project, that is the extension of the East-West Highway, valued at US $188 million, started earlier this month. It is going on. No, but it just started. Give them a little time. So far, construction is underway on approximately 3 kilometers of roadway. The works are about 6% complete, and we have expended about US $11 million to date. The contractor is now mobilizing to commence work on 3 of the major bridges and drainage structures. Approvals, Mr. Speaker, have been granted for contracts for replacement of the Riverton Bridge. The member from Western St. Andrew will be happy for that, and that is to maintain good access to the Riverton City landfill And the Mahogany Vale Bridge in St. Thomas, close to the border of St. Andrew, that would be West St. Thomas. Planning works, as I said before, related to the build-out of the all-island fiber optic network that has commenced, and I've asked them to put that on a fast track because we want to start that fiber optic outlay this year. Mr. Speaker, you will recall in my budget presentation on March 19, 2020, just over a week after our first confirmed case of COVID-19, I had reported that we would implement the Lengthman program for the preventative maintenance of our infrastructure asset. The program will utilize community labor and will commence with high traffic corridors and inter-parish roadways. And I had presented here those areas that have been mapped out. What we're going to do, we have decided today, is that we will start the program with a pilot so we can work out any issues that may arise in the future. And so the selected corridor would be the Dunrobin Avenue to Twickenham Park corridor, and this would encompass Washington Boulevard, Dunrobin Avenue, and the entire length of the Mandela Highway project. And this will span about 5 constituencies. Certainly it would span northwest, northeast, western, west central, and then it would span about maybe 1 or 2 constituencies in St. Catharines. So probably about 7 constituencies in all. So we will start there. We will be in touch with the members of parliament for the selection of the workers. But just to remember, this is not just a bushing program. So this is a program about the preventative maintenance and data gathering of the critical infrastructure of the country, particularly those infrastructure under the direct supervision of the NWA. Mr. Speaker, the amendment to the member from Central Manchester, I believe it was the last time we made an amendment to the orders, raised the issue of fishermen, inland fishing rather. But there is also the issue of fishers in St. Catherine going out to sea. It was never the intention of the orders to in any way impede agriculture. In fact, the orders made special provision for transporting agricultural products, for allowing persons to tend to their crops and their animals. So we are going to amend the order to make it explicitly clear that fishermen and farmers are allowed to move about for that purpose. The challenge we are facing, Mr. Speaker, is, everyone will claim they are a farmer or a fisherman. But especially for fishers, they have to be registered. And so we are going to formalize that process of registration for their exemption. So they will through their cooperative, they will get their exemption forms. And similarly for registered farmers, though that might be a little bit more challenging, but we intend to amend the order for Friday coming to reflect this position as it relates to agriculture and fishing.
I understand the formalization that you mentioned of, but the old saying that while grass is growing, the horse is starving. The fishermen in particular whose pots are there.
In St. Catherine, we have made the amendment. The amendment was made, but it was just how it has been applied. So that has been taken care of. Between myself and the Attorney General, we have spoken with and it was gazetted. So we have spoken with the Chief of Defense Staff and the Commissioner of Police. So that will be addressed. What I'm trying to do here is to have a further amendment to the order to make it explicitly clear that we are supporting. Yes. Yes, yes. So it was just how they had interpreted it. So we're going to make that amendment to be explicit. So you have to understand, and it is not deliberate in how the police is operating, but they will have a difficulty in identifying persons, for example. And that is the great, in this crisis, Mr. Speaker, the greatest difficulty has been in terms of applying these orders. How do we identify persons? And it has been a real challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, the government is trying to balance lives and livelihood. We have signaled today that we want the construction sector and the agriculture and fishing sector to increase their output and their capacity. Now is the time to do it. We have signaled that there needs to be a reconfiguration in the way in which our economy works. We need to become more digital and virtual. We need to onboard many of the innovations that are standard practice in other societies. Mr. Speaker, we need to increase the infrastructure for the digital society, and we need to increase the process of identifying all our citizens so that we are better able to serve them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Mr. Speaker,
So,
I'm happy that the Prime Minister dealt with the issue of fishermen and the exemption, because what we have in Woldaba Bay is that the Marine Police have cooperated and have allowed the fishermen to ply their trade. But the Coast Guard is the team that turned back the fishermen, not allowing them to go fishing. And what is most serious and important is that today...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. What is the basis of the member standing up and making this statement? There is no provision in the standing order for him to get up and make this long statement. And I am astonished that a man who is such a stickler for the standing orders would abuse them in such a way. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I accept the member's concern. But what I want to just bring to the attention, that today, that today a very serious incident took place where the Coast Guard went to the beach in Woldaba Bay. Hold on, Danny. A point of information then, that the Coast Guard went to Woldaba Bay today to advise the fisher folks not to go to sea based on the restrictions. So I'm very happy that the new Gazette made it clear. So I do hope that the Coast Guard will follow the information or directive of the
Miss Hannah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I have just two questions. I have two questions. I noticed that your statement spoke about coexisting with COVID in a new normal. And in looking at your proposed task force, I have a tremendous amount of respect for persons who sit on and who are on the task force. But it almost represents the current normal. The persons who are on this task force represent the industries as they are now. And I wanted to ask you, I just have two questions. The first question is, based on how we would all like to see post-COVID and what is possible, would you be prepared to implement almost a parallel task force with persons who are young, technologically savvy, who bring to the table a new resilience of thinking in health, etc., to look at an alternative approach to perhaps what this task force will come up with? This bigger than you.
Much bigger.
And I'm asking you to propose it because your sons, my son, have a different way of thinking about the world. This generation that is on this task force have already done their businesses. And I would like to see a situation where we're now starting to plan a Jamaica for the generations to come. So that's the first question, if you'd be prepared to think about it. The other thing, and in thinking about it, it's planning for what Jamaica will look like to be globally competitive. Because I imagine with bauxite down and remittances down, and we really have to look at new sectors. The other question I have for you, because since I've been a member of Parliament and I've looked at research, even when I was Minister of Youth, Jamaicans, because they cannot afford protein, when you look at the import bill for chicken neck and back, we're spending about US 23 million on chicken neck and back. Mackerel is 20 million US that we import of mackerel. And then entrails, the offals, the liver, the other pieces of the animal is about 13 million, and then another 6.5 million on turkey neck. I want to propose to you that you have a committee. I see where Mr. Fullerton from JAS, good man, I know him well, sits on this task force, but I think you need a separate task force looking at the future of agriculture in Jamaica. Why? We have an import substitution policy in this country, but there is almost a mixed up approach between import substitution, feeding our population with good nutrition, and export-driven agriculture, which would incorporate storage, more technology as you refer to, and really putting in place systems that are not only able to feed our people at affordable rates, so that they're not paying 3 times more the world market price for chicken, but that they can access food, and to really look at those provisions that allow farmers storage, so that we don't experience this. So the two things is, would you consider a separate task force looking at a post-COVID future for the generations to come, and to propose a separate task force, because agriculture is so important to our economic growth? Those are the two questions I have for you.
Member, excellent intervention and questions. This task force, just to be clear, member, is a short-term economic recovery task force. It is more of, we avoided using the term council of the existing businesses, but in effect that's what it is really, because we want to have this quick response. You know, how do we get our existing capacity up? What you are speaking of is something that is also necessary, and probably should be done whilst we are in crisis, because that focuses the mind. And so my answer to you is yes. You probably would have heard, remember, that we have actually put in place many other task forces. This one has gotten more attention because it is speaking about the economy and the persons who are on it. But we did have a task force put in place for the re-entry of Jamaicans. We had a task force for the management of philanthropy and volunteerism. We have had a task force for the management of the vulnerable. We had a task force looking at burials and how that should be done, and a report will come here on that. We have a task force looking at the bars and entertainment. What can we do to resurrect that industry and support them? So we have several. So if you would share your views more, which is what I'm saying, it's so much more than the immediate response that we're doing. And this one is about, ordering the logistics of what needs to happen. And so you really need to have the existing players all in the room, side by side, so that everybody knows what everyone else is doing. So that helps with the coordination of the actual policy execution. In terms of the high-level thinking now, you really need another group that is not so much concerned about what is happening under the sea, but that is your periscope looking to the horizon. And yes, I totally agree with you, and that is something that if you share with me your perspective, I will take it on board and we'll see what we can put together in short order. And, they actually do have a food security council.
What I'm speaking about, Minister, is something completely different. Because apart from the food security, which is important in terms of making sure that our people have access to food to feed ourselves, coming out of this, Jamaica must present itself in a way that it can also feed other populations if you are producing right and if you are storing correctly. So apart from the getting the raw materials to our own people, you have to have a distribution mechanism so that you can take it to storage, produce the value added. You can even produce at a fee for being able to take from farmers. So what I'm talking about is positioning Jamaica to be globally competitive in agriculture. And I think this situation gives you the opportunity to really revolutionize agriculture in the best sense of the word. All of the value-added things that we've been talking about, the vacuum-packed yams, the pepper mash, all of those things. And I've seen where the minister has been trying to get storage from people. We have storage in St. Anne, right? And you haven't even come and spoken to me. But all I'm saying is we need to now move to that level. So it's really another high-level situation. For 100 years, Prime Minister, we have not necessarily advanced. Since the refrigerated container, we really have not advanced in the way that we should advance in agriculture. That's all I'm saying.
So, Mr. on the mic, please.
The points that you're making are beyond debate. It's something that we agree, which is why I was explaining to you that the Ministry of Agriculture, MICAF, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries, they have actually established a food security and agribusiness council. And the Minister Shaw will be making a statement next week in Parliament addressing the very things that you have raised.
Mr. Bunting.
Prime Minister, as the Minister of Education, I had hoped that I would have heard you speak to the prospects and what are the plans for the education sector. And I don't think we should divorce education and training entirely from the economic recovery, because the impact is going to be long-term on our competitiveness and our effectiveness going forward. The studies worldwide of similar type disasters that have granted been more narrow in their impact in terms of country focus suggest that a major disruption like this will affect career prospects and even wages for at least the next 2 to 3 years. But in the first instance, Prime Minister, I think we have to be primarily concerned about the young children the pre-primary and the primary school children, closures disproportionately hurt the youngest children. And we often talk about the summer slide. You were a former Minister of Education, so you'll be familiar with the sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah. When you operated effectively, or full-time, I should say, when you operated full-time as a Minister of Education, you'd have had more time to study this. But you would know that there is the normal summer slide, the regression, the loss in learning that takes place with just a long summer break. And the longer the break is, the more regression and loss takes place. But now you're talking about, in addition to the summer, we have maybe a term and a half that's going to be lost. And the truth of the matter is that with the best will in the world, and I'm not knocking anybody here, Prime Minister, I know some principals, teachers, Ministry of Education, they're all trying to maintain teaching, trying to maintain student-teacher contact as best they can during this time. But because of the suddenness of the disruption, the truth is that many students are getting far less than what they need. And in fact, it has only exacerbated the inequities in the education system that existed before. So I would really, one person I heard this morning, one parent said, who is a runner, said, one of the hardest things is when they go out on a run and they're going up a hill and it's a tough hill and they don't know how much longer to the top of the hill. It makes it seem the run even harder for them because they don't know when it's going to end. Now, we may not know when it's going to end, but at least if we can signal if some decisions, we're far enough into the lockdown of schools, and we can anticipate that it's going to be some time before we return to normality. Some signals are important to be sent to the school communities. What is happening with the PEP exam? What is happening with the CXCs and CAPE? What are we going to reconfigure the next school year? And if we don't even have the answers, the final answers, I think we have an obligation to the stakeholders to engage them in those discussions. And, I would also suggest that at least one person from that education and training sector might be useful in your bigger committee here, because that's going to have implications for the economic recovery down the road. But I would suggest that the major work would be done by something specific for the education and training sector. And I really want to commend that to you, Prime Minister. And what the futurists tell us that this will likely not be the last pandemic. So even while we learn to live with COVID and look forward to life after COVID, maybe 18 months down the road, it's likely that a few years down the road, we may have this again. We are accustomed to having disruptions from hurricanes, etc. So we have to start building that resilience in the medium term, building resilience into our educational infrastructure. And part of it is bridging that digital divide which currently exists, particularly across urban to rural and across socioeconomic classes. So the first question really is, can you say something to the stakeholders in the education sector, the teachers, the parents, the principals, the children, the students, but particularly older students who might be responsible for themselves, give them some sense of what we anticipate the next few months would look like. And I'm not asking you again, I'm not asking you to tell us by next week Friday this will happen or but just give us sense in a broad outline of what we anticipate. So that's on the education and training sector. But going more specifically to your statement, and I welcome these moves. I'd suggested it over a month ago, and better late than never. But if we accept that we have to have some semblance of meaningful business operation, then I think we also accept that we're going to need a robust testing program and contact tracing program over the long haul, at least for the next 12 to 18 months. Prime Minister, have you started any meaningful discussions with the private sector about developing their testing capacity and what incentives the government might put in place to encourage private sector investment in building out testing capacity themselves in the private labs, and so that the entire burden of testing is not left on the government, and also that as businesses come back into operation, particularly the high-risk, high-density businesses, they can take on some of that responsibility for ongoing testing of their staff and maintaining the safety of their and health of their communities. So I really want you to respond. If it hasn't started yet, what's your openness to inviting the private sector to be meaningful players in testing both for the virus and for the antibodies, which will also be important for reopening the economy. Prime Minister, I want to ask you, how many contact tracers do we have? How many contact tracers do we have? You don't know. I suggest these are the type of figures you might want to get familiar with, Prime Minister. Because when we see that 2 weeks after the outbreak at Alarica, 2 weeks after shutting down St. Catherine because of the outbreak, so the outbreak, we would have been aware of it a few days before that. The fact that we still have 300 persons outstanding to be traced suggests that we don't have enough contact tracers. The CDC guidelines would suggest for a population of our size, we should have 900 contact tracers. 900 contact tracers. If we had 900 contact tracers, I think we would have been able to target the Alarica cluster. And I would suggest, Prime Minister, to be much more efficient. Some of those soldiers, for example, that we're using at these checkpoints, which is really a sort of net fishing to try and penny in the community. If we took 900 of them or 600, whatever the shortfall is from the Ministry of Health staff, and trained them, they could be very effective in assisting in expediting the contact tracing. And finally, Prime Minister, we've identified the BPO sector as one high-risk sector, but there are others. Meat processing plants, for example, we can learn from what is happening in other countries. We see outbreaks in meat processing plants. Well, we have chicken. Well, I don't know if you've visited the broiler companies' chicken processing plants, but they're pretty, in our context, there are hundreds of employees, and I'm just saying I don't want to target them in particular. I'm just saying wherever we have a few hundred employees at close quarters, construction sites may not be as close quarters, but you can have hundreds of employees on large construction sites. I want to suggest to you, Prime Minister, that in your regulations, you might want to consider making it compulsory for some sort of health and safety officer, whether it's a public health inspector or somebody who is employed to the private company but has the necessary qualifications to be, to ensure compliance on a day-to-day basis at these high-risk operations. And I tell you why, Prime Minister, even though you might put in regulations for employees, and the BPO company removes every other chair in the cafeteria to space out, habit is a powerful thing. And without coming to deliberately break the regulations, staff members who are friends who are eating lunch at the same time pull up the chairs around the table and defeat the intention of spacing out the seating. Now, if you had somebody who every day is in charge of compliance, going through, as I said, this would just be the large high-density facilities, not every facility, but where you have hundreds of employees. I think it might be useful in terms of ensuring compliance that we have this health inspector on each of these high-risk, high-density, high-risk sites, or safety officer, however you want to do it. And in terms of the industries, you spoke of having cross-sectoral inspections, but many of these industries are quite specific. A BPO would be quite different from a broiler processing plant, and therefore, if you have people who are more sector-oriented, specialized, rather than trying to have sort of the traditional approach of having the public health inspectors do everything basically. The parish-based public health inspectors who would examine from a butcher shop to a BPO. We might want to look at more sector-based targeting and training to be more effective, particularly during this time. Thank you.
Member, I'm just going to preface my response by saying that the protocols that the government has established is that all matters that have to do with the Ministry of Health, I defer the Ministry of Health to respond to them. The Minister of Health has a task force that works with him, and I'm certain that they have considered the private sector testing. It is a matter that has been discussed at Cabinet, but we haven't taken a decision on it. My view is that there should not be a problem in doing it. And indeed, you do have some private capacity, because my recollection from the discussions that I've been in is that there may be some labs that have the testing machine, which would be critical to this capacity, and that they have worked collaboratively with government before. So it's just a matter of setting what the standard test would be and setting the protocols to have it done. So I don't see any reason why there should be.
I could help you, Prime Minister. They have labs that have machines. They have machines which are multi-purpose, can do different tests, but they tend to do, one test at a time, sort of thing. The testing capacity I'm talking about would be something similar to what the government has been thinking, which is going to be a much more expensive and the undertaking that a private investor or private sector company would do if they had a clear understanding that this is the government has a space for them.
To respond.
Yeah.
So yes, they do have capacity. Some of them have, as you said, a very limited capacity. And I know that there is at least one machine that has significant capacity in the country. And they have worked collaboratively with the government before. Now, I'm saying to you that I don't see any reason. This is from a non-health perspective. I'm looking at it now as a businessman would look at an opportunity. So, yes, there is now an opportunity to appear. So it's just for the Ministry of Health to declare what that protocol could be and that process. So I'm not seeing anything that would be a block to it. So it's just a matter of the Ministry of Health determining the standards. And you're correct in the sense that, in terms of life after coming out of the epidemic, it is going to be like any other test any other health test that has to be conducted in any other private lab. So it is just a matter of rolling it out now. In terms of the reopening of school, we had a cabinet submission brought by Minister Samuda to cabinet yesterday, but we did not get to finish the discussion on it because we had other matters that had overtaken. But on Monday we will complete the discussion, and as I undertook last week that I would have made a statement here, I am undertaking on behalf of Minister Samuda that he will make a statement next week Tuesday in answer to the questions that you have asked, and to inform the nation generally about what will happen in education. In terms of you're asking that the orders require the at-risk institutions to designate someone as a health officer. The way in which the order is structured, it does impose a duty on the organization to have certain functions and certain facilities available. We left it up to the organization to determine how those functions would be done and how those facilities would be made available, but the organization has a duty to report under the Act to the Director General of ADPEM, who is the person in charge of the Act. But that report would really go to the Ministry of Health. So there's a duty to report. I see no harm in making this recommendation for the large operators to have someone specifically assigned, but in any event, for them to actually do the function and to ensure the facility, they have to have someone. So, but to make it explicit, I don't have a challenge.
Robinson.
Prime Minister, two separate questions. The issue of online education has become more important since COVID. There is a company which the government had entered into a contract with and terminated that now has 19,000 tablets sitting in a warehouse in Jamaica. I'm aware that there may be legal considerations, but I believe the government should be open to some form of mediation to get these tablets into the hands of kids who need it now. I'm aware that a new tender has been done, and I saw timelines of potentially May to bring these tablets in. Those are, in my view, very optimistic and potentially not likely to happen. So what I'm really asking is that, given that we have 19,000 tablets in the country, in a warehouse sitting down, that we initiate, obviously taking into consideration all the legal matters, some form of dialogue with that company so that children who are now struggling because they can't access education can. The second question is on a different matter. It relates to the repatriation of Jamaicans. A Jamaican reached out to me who is on the Royal Caribbean Freedom of the Seas. That ship has put out a schedule where they are actually repatriating nationals. In fact, they're coming to the Caribbean, and there are a total of 1,300 nationals from Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. And they plan to be in the Caribbean region between May 9th and 31st. The question that I would ask, in a case where the ship is taking the responsibility of bringing the persons back, what would be the protocols for those Jamaicans whenever the ship arrives here, in terms of being accepted, quarantined, etc.? Because it wouldn't be a cost to the government of Jamaica. The transportation cost the ship is undertaking. But as of now, the Jamaicans on the ship are not clear as to what they need to do to ensure their arrival when the ship comes.
Remember, for those two questions, let me start by saying that the matter you raised, though I'm sympathetic with the intent, you would have to also appreciate that it is a legal matter as well. Yeah. So no, but what I'm saying is it would be very difficult for me to... No, I understand what you have said, but in other words, though whatever I say in Parliament is exempt, I still have to be very careful with speaking publicly on a matter that is... No, I couldn't even give that indication. I mean, as I could say is that I'm sympathetic with the intention expressed. And, it is something to be considered, but I couldn't go further than that without difficulty. Remember, you're trying to get me to do something that I am not. Yes, I've heard what he said, but I can't go further than just acknowledging that. The second question, no, yes, I saw it. Okay. The second question is about the re-entry of Jamaicans, specifically those that are on the ships, the cruise ships. So let me say that we have established the end-to-end re-entry protocol, and it is based on a platform called jamcovid19.moh.gov.jm or jamcovid19. The app is available now on the Apple Store, and shortly it should be available on the Google Play Store. Already we have over 1,500 persons applying, and all those applications we now have in hand. We encourage Jamaicans overseas who have recently left. This is not for every single Jamaican. When we announced the website, the persons managing the website said to us that they had over 100,000 hits. No, just the immigration part of it. And that the app had to protect itself, and the servers shut down. But it is operational now. I've just checked, and it has been functional ever since. They have increased the bandwidth capacity.
So those persons...
No, I'm going to answer. I'm not finished yet. Okay. Right. So I'm just outlining what the end-to-end situation is. So we encourage all persons who are seeking re-entry to apply so that we know their status. You're on a cruise ship, you're in New York, you're in Miami, you're in Los Angeles or in the UK or wherever you are. So we know that helps us with the logistics of how to get here. Let me say specifically for the situation you mentioned that there are several cruise ship companies that have reached out to us who have our nationals as employees on board. And I know that there are arrangements being made. They are not at the point of perfection where we can announce them. And I am very careful not to announce what we have not yet approved. So we are aware that the ship route is coming in, the time and the schedule, and very shortly we'll be saying something on that. In fact, there are many things happening behind the scenes which are coming to a point of maturity, and as they are perfected, then we will announce them. All right. So it is something of which we are aware, and there's a process going on.
Just a follow-up question, Prime Minister, and the one raised by the member from Southeast, St. Andrew. I too have been contacted by those relatives of persons on one of those ships that are to come during that period. And, well, probably they can't get any answer anywhere else. Prime Minister, I want to ask for your protection from your House leader. He deliberately tried to suppress my engagement in the House. Still my friend. Prime Minister, this set of cruise ship workers, the one on the same, yes, I got, and I will share it with you. No, that's different. But I'll share the information. What I would like, and I think the relatives in particular also, is some assurance that that group that is out there on the ships now and scheduled to come, someone either in PICA or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, prioritize those returns and deal with them in a specific way rather than the more generalized protocol for which you made reference to. Mr. Prime Minister, somebody's drowning out of sea. Save the life first. I know you are, you. So, Prime Minister, I would like for the families of these workers to have the assurance that with the information provided of the ship or ships that are scheduled to come, that when the ship arrives, whatever the protocol is, and I don't have any difficulty with the protocols, but that they will be, just that assurance, will be accommodated.
I would answer you, member, because being in this office of being Prime Minister, certainly it is a privileged position, but it is a position of great responsibility, not just to those who have voice, but especially to those who don't. And so I have to listen carefully, not just to the people who have connections or who have a voice or who have access, but especially for those who don't. And I'm saying to you that our surveillance would have brought back to us that there are approximately 5,000 Jamaicans right across the world, some in extreme, dire situation, that have not made any protest. The most they have done is to contact their consulate, and the consulate or the honorary consul would have tried to rally around and bring resources to their attention, to their assistance rather. And they are eager as well, which is why we took the time to prepare a process that is transparent. Now, certainly the members on the Mariella, their circumstances would give rise to consideration. And I won't go any further than that. And I would also say that well behind the scenes, we have explored avenues to create the facility for them to come back home. And in the fullness, we will see how it materializes. But the challenge I'm saying is that I have to be careful in communication, because if it appears that I'm giving favor to one set over another set, that in itself breaks down the system. And so we just have to be very cautious. At the end of the day, what we want is for all Jamaicans everywhere to have faith and confidence that the system will be fair to them. And that is one thing I'm trying to establish. Mr. Speaker, just to say finally on the testing, the member from Central Manchester raised, we have now put in place on the same app the ability for someone to self-report and set an appointment for a test at a health center near them. And I would encourage persons who feel that they need the test, either they have come into contact with someone who has been confirmed, or someone who has been in contact with someone who has been confirmed, then they could go online on the same jamcovid19.moh.gov.jm or download the app, do the self-reporting, and then it would lead you to a screen to say, make an appointment at a center near you, and you can make the appointment. There are slots there, you take up the slots and you go and get tested. There's an algorithm in the back that will recommend that you get a test or not. But usually it is a system that is being used right across the world, asking persons to self-report, because that creates a heat map of where concentration of infections may be.
House Leader.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Mr. Leader, Mr. Speaker, I recommend or I invite you to, at public business, where we were. No, we're not the public. We were at statement by ministers. Yeah, but at public business where we were, I now wish to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier. Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
I ask that the motion now be. All right. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is in keeping with Standing Order 68(1)B. No. No, Mr. Speaker, I now move that this motion be approved.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against?
This is the standing, no, the Standing Orders 68(3), which was before, at notice of motion given was given. Yeah. This is the one in which we have the committee with Honorable Pernich as chairman and Minister Warmington, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Mr. Eroy Clark, Mr. Fitz Jackson, Mr. Peter Bonding, and Mr. Dwayne Vaz.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say.
Those in favor?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the motion.
Those against? Ayes have it.
No, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say something on the motion.
Okay, Mr. Bunting.
Yes. Just briefly, I won't detain the House very long. But, Prime Minister, when we set up this special committee, that we have the report, which is now going to be referred to the standing order. Okay. On the House meeting virtually, using technology. In that resolution, in the resolution establishing the committee, we made provision for it to meet virtually. And I think the one also for the COVID oversight, I forget the technical name, also meets virtually. While we refer for permanent consideration by the Standing Orders Committee, can we not just amend that resolution to approve in the meantime other committees like the Public Accounts Committee being able to meet virtually? We actually thought we could. The Public Accounts Committee met virtually, and now while we were meeting, the member from Southwest St. Catherine started objecting, didn't object before, but while the meeting was in progress, he started objecting.
Point of order, Mr.
Anyway.
Speaker. Point of order.
All right.
Point of order. The member cannot say I did not object before. I made my position quite clear to the clerk of the House and to the secretary, to the committee section. So you can't say I didn't object before, because there's no provision for that in standing order. Okay?
Your point of order on his point of order.
Because I was the one who saw your message while I was in the virtual meeting, and there are two messages that you sent. The first message was you were actually waiting to join the meeting. No. Yes. And when you could not get into the meeting, that is when you raised an objection. Are you sure? I'm looking at it.
Yeah, but without getting into that, Prime Minister, just in the meantime, could we just amend this resolution to allow all the committees of Parliament, in the meantime, until the Standing Orders Committee has done a formal amendment, the same way we have provided for it for two committees that are meeting virtually now? Could we just make that amendment to allow all the committees of Parliament in the interim to be able to meet using technology, using remote facilitation? No, it wasn't passed. I got up on the motion. Yeah, just put it, yeah. Yeah, we could just do it now because
House Leader.
we could move an amendment to this motion which we're just going to pass. Mr. Speaker. Hold on, relax. Mr. Speaker, I don't share the view of my colleagues, although I usually do. But on this occasion, he knows I don't share his view. Because in the Ministry of Education, without going into any detail, we have meetings with as many as over 100 participants, which would be impossible to travel throughout the parishes of St. Thomas and Portland last week to go and speak to all the principals in those two parishes. We meet 3 to 4 times a week virtually to all the regional directors. So if the member from Eastern St. Thomas had been in touch with his principals, he would be here to indicate how happy they were to have met and discussed with the Ministry of Education. So I see so much virtue. I see so much virtue in virtual contact. And I see this as the way of the future, not only for education, but in health and every form of communication. That is the future. So I think that I will have to prevail on my colleague to support the introduction, because I happen to have sat through a meeting. I saw the members at the meeting, and I thought I was very happy and pleased at how the meeting progressed. Our permanent secretary was invited, she didn't have to be there, sort of thing. The Auditor General, everybody, and the meeting did not suffer from any lack of information through communication of that nature. So I really believe that the time has come for this Parliament to consider it as an option. Because the government must go on, and if anything happens that prevents us from meeting here, there must be an alternative. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, whatever parliamentary procedure that would give effect to the introduction of that system is one that I would support 100%.
Mr. Speaker, the matter that the House Leader has just brought to the attention of the House comprises 2 different resolutions. One is that we approve the report of the committee that was appointed, and secondly, to recommend that committee be referred to the Standing Orders Committee. You asked for the motion a while ago. The member stood to speak on the motion before it was concluded. So it's not out of order for an amendment to be made because we have not concluded the business of the referral yet. So, no, it was not passed. At a later stage, notice was given. So, Mr. Speaker,
the impression is being given that this man has been let loose at the Parliament by just, and he need to be restrained. Now, who has appointed him? Who has appointed him to be the Lord of things in this Parliament? You're not the Speaker. You're not the Deputy. What you're doing is to try to have a chilling effect on people. You are having a chilling effect on people. You need to be restrained.
Yes, he has won many cases in court.
House Leader.
I move that in light of the fact that the PAC and the PAAC have commenced the engagement of, well, they intend to. No, I'm going to broaden it. They wish to communicate virtually in light of the crisis which we face with the COVID-19. And in light of the fact that the decision was taken for the matter to be referred to the Standing Orders Committee, chaired by the Speaker of the House, notwithstanding the fact that we had agreed to do that before seeking permission from the House to give permission for the committee to continue with the process of meeting virtually until the matter is resolved at the Standing Orders Committee. So therefore, I move that this Honourable House approve the amendment to what was approved earlier to include the provision for the Public Accounts Committee and the PAAC to conduct their affairs virtually.
Mr. Speaker, as the House Leader say, he disagree there. It's not that they can start to meet virtually. The resolution is to recommend the report to the Standing Order Committee, and for the Standing Order Committee to take decision and take it back to the House. It's not for us to give permission then we start virtually. If that's the case, why refer any issue to the Standing Order Committee? Why are you referring it to the Standing Orders Committee if you are saying we should start it now?
My understanding of how this House is, the business of this House is conducted, that there is no process that overrides a majority vote in this Honourable House on any resolution. Because that is the ultimate authority comes through a vote in this Honourable House. So therefore I have put a resolution seeking the approval of this Honourable House to enable both committees to operate virtually during this time and going forward. And it is something that I feel strongly about, because there may well come a time when we can't get here and we have to conduct the business of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if that's the position right now, I ask that my name be withdrawn from the member of the Standing Order Committee. If this is where we're going, I ask that my name be withdrawn as a member of the Standing Order Committee. I cannot sit right here and the abuse of the Standing Order.
Just send in your resignation. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to put the resolution.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I draw your attention to the fact that there is no quorum here now. Therefore, that resolution can pass.
Repeat, Mr. Warmington.
The House cannot pass a resolution without a quorum. So the resolution being put to the House now cannot carry. There's no resolution here now.
We have to ask for a quorum. No, we have to ask for a quorum.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding.
Hold a minute. The Standing Order provides that if there isn't a quorum, a member would have to indicate. But you indicated Member Warmington after, and therefore it would have been passed.
No, Mr. Speaker, no. If I draw your attention to the fact, you can't tell me you're going to take an illegal act in the House.
No.
It's illegal. You don't have a quorum.
No.
Once it is brought to your attention, Mr. Speaker, you have to observe it. Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Madam
but
Clerk.
you drew it to their attention after.
Mr. Warmington, I support your point. Once you bring it to the attention, yes, but when you brought it to the attention of the Speaker, it was subsequent to the bill, to the resolution being passed. So the House will, once we do the count, no, the House will cease to operate. No. If we do the count and you don't have a quorum, then the House will cease to operate. That's what I'm saying, but we have to do the count.
Mr. Speaker, this is a futile exercise born of inexperience. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the matter cannot be taken now, and the House must adjourn because it has no quorum. Because I had risen to invite you to adjourn the House for the day. And so the matter will be brought back to the House for affirmative vote, or for a vote at the next sitting of the House, which will be next week, Tuesday.
But no. Speaker, my understanding of the standing orders is that unless a member brings that to the attention of the Speaker, the proceedings of the House will continue until that point. We, in the House here, voted to accept the matter, and that's final, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr.
After the motion had passed, Standing Order 7.
Members,
Mr. Speaker.
My interpretation of the standing orders is that the House still operates without the 16 members unless a member brings it to the attention of the Speaker. That's my interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, may I draw the attention of the House? The member from Central Manchester just said we need to approve that because the House they cannot come on next Tuesday because the PAAC will meet next week Tuesday. As far as I'm concerned, a committee to meet, the decision will be taken by the majority of the members of that committee, number one. Two, whatever they did virtually last week is illegal. We are now asking for approval for them to meet in that forum. Now, it means that the House will have to approve retroactively what they did last week. And it cannot be taken now because there's not a quorum. Therefore, the committee clerk will now have to seek the position of the members of the PAC whether or not they'll meet next week. That's what it's done. So it needs to be sent out to us to ask if we agree to meet next week Tuesday. I'm on my feet. I'm not speaking. They have to send to each member to ask if we agree for a meeting then. Because unless a motion now comes to approve what last week meeting retroactively, that cannot be taken. Okay? So if you want it to be done, move a resolution now to take it retroactively. Because it was not included in the last resolution. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, hold on. Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Guy.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we are operating illegally right now. First of all. But secondly, were we to be operating, essentially what is happening is that the member is discussing two separate points. The point that we are making, and the House has approved, is that this House, at its sitting, has given permission for these committees to meet virtually.
But we have gone beyond that.
And we have approved that.
We have gone beyond that. We are now.
Okay.
We are now at the point where the House leader is calling for the adjournment of the House. House Leader.
You're not recalling, member. I asked for a vote to permit it to meet virtually. Yeah. Well, there you are. That's the point I made.
House Leader.
That's the point I made.
Yes. I know
Initially.
Move
So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to adjourn this honorable House.
I don't move.
Until next week, Tuesday, at 2 o'clock.
And the corner could have somewhere else before they go home.
Members, no, you don't have a quorum to. No, I have to adjourn it. Yes, yes. This honorable House now stands adjourned until next Tuesday at 2 p.m.